Ladies and gentlemen, now we begin day 2 of ACCU International Symposium 2023, Disaster Risk Management for Cultural Heritage in the Asia-Pacific Region, Current State and Issues, number 3, Disaster Mitigation and Preparedness for Resilience Building. My name is Nakajima with the Cultural Heritage Disaster Risk Management Center of Japan. Now, regarding the schedule for today, second keynote lecture, we are going to invite Ms. Aparna Tandon of Brickroom to give us a keynote lecture, and then we are going to have the review for the topics for panel discussion, and after lunch break, we will have the general discussion. It's going to be a long day, but I'd like to ask for your very kind cooperation. Now, without further ado, we begin the keynote lecture number 2. Ms. Aparna Tan is a senior program leader of ICROM. She is a specialist on disaster risk reduction and the recovery of all kinds of heritage. After acquiring a master's in art conservation, she has 25 experience and has led vocational training of conservation in Asia, Middle East, Europe, Africa, and South America. And also, she plans and implements a international program, FAR, First Aid and Resilience for Cultural Heritage in Times of Crisis. She was planning to come here in person, but she isn't well. She is going to participate online, and the keynote lecture is going to be provided as a pre-recorded one. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I am Aparna Tandon, Senior Program Leader at ICROM, and I lead ICROM's flagship capacity development program on first aid and resilience for cultural heritage in times of crisis. I would like to thank ACCU NARA for inviting ICROM at the symposium, and I would have preferred to be there in person. However, I very much hope that I can join you at least for the live Q&A session online and interact with all the experts who are gathered there in NARA. The topic of my presentation is navigating the climate polycrisis and mitigating overlapping and cascading risks to heritage. The 6th assessment report on climate change, the physical science basis issued by Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, in 2021 sounded a code red for humanity, highlighting the alarming pace at which our planet is warming. This report warns of that most or almost large areas of our planet will be unlivable, with wet regions becoming wetter and dry regions becoming hotter and drier. The current temperatures, which are 1.3 degrees warmer than 160 years ago, have already led to disruptions in weather patterns, resulting in more frequent and intense weather-related hazards. The Global Assessment Report on Disaster Risk Reduction, which just came out in 2023, further accentuates the complexity of the situation, highlighting the complex interplay of climate change impacts with other risks, such as conflicts, epidemics, and economic downturn, giving rise to compound risk events now widely recognized as a polycrisis. This multifaceted challenge requires a comprehensive and integrated approach to address the evolving landscape of risks and vulnerabilities. Moreover, as already highlighted, climate change is increasing the risk of extreme weather events, and with every 1 degree rise, costs of disaster response will triple. In some cases, it is observed that certain hazards such as intense rainfall and flash flooding tend to occur together more often than would be expected by chance. These combined events are known as compound events, and they can have more severe impacts on ecosystems and economies compared to individual events. Compound events tend to involve interactions between temperature, humidity, and precipitation. By studying the patterns of these events, we can better understand the risk they pose and improve our ability to plan for and respond to them in future. Past weather data can also indicate where these combined or compound events are more likely to happen, helping us to identify regions at high risk. This information can also be used to test climate models' accuracy in predicting such events. Therefore, in order to save lives and protect infrastructure as well as heritage, it is important to identify specific areas or climate hotspots where certain combinations of hazards are likely to occur more frequently. The recent devastating wildfire incident in Hawaii serves as a stark illustration of climate change influencing compound events. Research indicates that climate change is contributing to prolonged duration and heightened frequency of wildfire seasons. In Hawaii, the conditions conducive to high fire risks, such as drought, the presence of easily ignitable grass species, and elevated temperatures were already prevalent, which prompted the issuance of a red flag warning for the island state. But then the situation was further worsened by formidable winds generated by Hurricane Dora, a Category 4 hurricane, which effectively fanned the flames and intensified the wildfire. While both drought-related fire risk and hurricanes are not uncommon individually, the simultaneous occurrence of these extreme events significantly amplified their impact. And as a result, there was a huge damage to life and property as well as heritage in Hawaii. This underscores the compounding effects of climate change on weather events, emphasizing the need for a proactive approach as well as measures to mitigate and adapt to these increasingly complex and interconnected challenges. And are we in the cultural heritage sector ready for this? Enters ICROM's FAR, First Aid and Resilience for Cultural Heritage in Times of Crisis program. It's a flagship capacity development program which aims to safeguard heritage and associated communities from disasters, conflicts, and compound events introduced or induced by climate change. The program revolves around 4 key programmatic pillars. The first among them is participation. It emphasizes the engagement of relevant stakeholders and communities in safeguarding process to ensure that their perspectives and needs are considered. The second pillar is prevention that focuses on measures and strategies to proactively avoid or minimize potential risks to threats to cultural heritage, incorporating preventive conservation and risk management practices in day-to-day running of a heritage place. The third pillar is forecasting, which is focused on utilizing tools and methods for predicting and understanding potential risks, allowing for timely and informed decision-making to mitigate the likely impacts of extreme risk events on cultural heritage. This means investing in early warning systems for heritage. The fourth, but perhaps the most important pillar of our program is preparedness and interagency cooperation. Through this tranche of activities, we strengthen the readiness of individuals and organizations to respond effectively to emergencies and promote collaboration, coordination among different agencies involved in cultural heritage protection. Such efforts must include local emergency management authorities, first responders, and civil protection who have the first access to places affected by disasters. By incorporating these pillars or key aspects, the FAR program aims to enhance the resilience of cultural heritage and its surrounding communities in the face of various types of crises, aligning with broader goals of sustainable development and disaster risk reduction. FAR program's capacity development activities are based on a comprehensive approach that addresses the interconnectedness and root causes of conflicts and disasters with an aim to build more resilient and sustainable future for communities facing the impacts of the climate polycrisis. For instance, in January 2022, FAR program of ICROM initiated Climate Culture Peace, a knowledge building initiative supported by the British Council's Cultural Protection Fund in partnership with the Department for Digital Media, Culture, Media and Sport. The goal was to foster an intergenerational exchange on the complex and diverse links between culture, heritage, climate, conflict, disaster risk reduction, peace, and sustainable development. This initiative culminated in a 5-day international conference that reached 113 countries and an online knowledge portal showcasing 40 case studies illustrating the impact of climate change on various forms of cultural heritage. Findings of the conference were presented in form of a report which is available for download from ICROM's website. Some of the key conference findings include understanding of heritage, which is at high climate risk. The report emphasizes that all forms of heritage located in arid, semi-arid, and coastal regions face the most significant risk due to impacts of climate change. And these high-risk areas also include Asia Pacific. These areas are particularly vulnerable to rising temperatures, changing precipitation patterns, and extreme weather events, posing a substantial threat to cultural heritage. Frequent flooding also emerges as a primary threat to cultural heritage. This report points out that cultural heritage is often excluded from local and city-level flood risk management plans. This exclusion puts cultural heritage places at risk and highlights the need for a more inclusive and comprehensive approach to safeguarding heritage in the face of climate-related flooding. The report underscores that indigenous communities, often at the forefront of experiencing climate change, possess vital knowledge for restoring ecosystems and addressing vulnerabilities. Recognizing and integrating this indigenous wisdom is therefore crucial for developing effective strategies to mitigate and adapt to climate change while preserving cultural heritage. The Climate Culture Peace Conference report presents culture as a tool for positive change, contributing to broader climate action efforts. It advocates for community-led heritage processes that address inequities, promote food security, peace, disaster resilience, and reduce exposure and vulnerability to climate risks for cultural heritage, as well as marginalized cultural bearers. The report emphasizes for a new approach to cultural heritage and highlights the necessity of shifting away from expert-centric approaches to cultural heritage safeguard while bridging mental and physical divides between nature and culture, tangible and intangible heritage to effectively confront complex climate change challenges. This integrated approach recognizes the interconnectedness of culture and heritage with environmental sustainability. Building upon the results of Climate Culture Peace, FAR program launched the Net Zero Heritage for Climate Action Initiative. It is a cascading capacity development project supported by the Swedish Postcode Foundation, and it is still ongoing. It combines research with training and community-led climate action involving multidisciplinary teams at 5 innovation sites located in Brazil, Egypt, India, Uganda, and Sudan. The objectives are to develop tools and methods to assess climate risks to all forms of heritage and associated communities, and understand how climate change is influencing the risk of high impact compound events. Simultaneously, the initiative is helping to document place specific indigenous knowledge and traditional practices, exploring their potential use for climate change mitigation and adaptation, emphasizing a collaborative and holistic approach to address climate challenges. The insights obtained from Net Zero project highlight the critical requirement for openly accessible, localized climate data. Such data is essential for heritage institutions to conduct climate risk assessments effectively. Our research emphasizes the absence of a standardized method for evaluating climate risks to heritage. Additionally, based on our experience in collecting local climate data in various locations such as Jodhpur, India, Ubatuba, Brazil, Kasese, Uganda, Rosetta, Egypt, and Tuti Island in Sudan, we have come to the realization that to comprehensively grasp the effects of climate change on both communities and heritage, science is not enough. It is imperative to document the lived experiences of climate extremes and how people are experiencing the extreme events induced by climate change. The other aspect is the use of geospatial tools to facilitate the development of climate models that simulate and predict the patterns of temperature, precipitation, and extreme weather events. Geospatial tools facilitate the development of climate models, yes, but they also enable the monitoring of changes in climate hazards over time. By comparing historical data with current conditions, researchers can identify trends, variations, and potential shifts in the frequency or intensity of climate-related events. The findings of Net Zero Heritage for Climate Action also offer compelling evidence of how heritage can serve as a potential tool in fostering disaster resilience, advancing equitable climate action, and promoting sustainable peace. A notable example is the Net Zero Innovation Site in Kasese, Uganda, where our project team, represented by the Cross Cultural Foundation, has actively involved local communities in planting ficus and bamboo trees. This initiative aims to counteract excessive flooding caused by intense rainfall and melting glaciers. Both bamboo and ficus, traditionally planted in the region, play a crucial role in mitigating the impacts of flooding and fostering the regeneration of local forests. Additionally, our project teams in Egypt and Sudan have developed early warning systems rooted in traditional knowledge. This innovative approach integrates indigenous wisdom to enhance community resilience to climate related risks. In India, our project team in Jodhpur is actively working to incorporate traditional knowledge into the city's heat action plan. By blending traditional practices with modern strategies, these initiatives showcase the potential of heritage in addressing contemporary climate challenges and building a more sustainable and resilient future. The findings of Net Zero Project and the case studies will be disseminated through an online conference and publication, which will be introduced next year. The conference will be held between 19 to 23 February, and we hope that all of the attendees of this seminar will be able to join us online for this conference. We will be disseminating information about it through ICROM's website and relevant social media platforms. A major deterrent to effective risk management of heritage is the lack of data on post-disaster damage and losses related to cultural heritage. Such data is currently dispersed, inadequate, and inconsistent. This situation hampers our ability to comprehend risks to heritage. It limits our capacity to prevent future damage and often results in ad hoc responses. In response to the challenge of inconsistent data, ICROM's FAR program has developed systematic damage and risk assessment methods and tools tailored for movable, immovable, and intangible heritage. We have developed forms that have been field tested in 17 countries, and to facilitate data collection for ICROM member states, ICROM's FAR program has introduced an open source application. This web and mobile-based application allows users to establish their own server, store data, and seamlessly integrate it into their existing systems. Ensuring digital sustainability was a primary consideration in this app's design, and that's why we opted for an open source technology. Presently, with the backing of the US Ambassadors Fund for Cultural Preservation and UNESCO, ICROM's FAR program is actively utilizing the application to enhance capacities for systematic damage and risk assessment across various forms of heritage during the ongoing war in Ukraine. This initiative also involves preparing a comprehensive risk map that anticipates future threats to cultural heritage, including those arising from climate change. This collaborative effort aims to strengthen mitigation, preparedness, and response strategies to safeguard cultural heritage in the face of both conflict related and climate induced risks in Ukraine. For effective disaster risk management, the significance of a thorough and systematic assessment of vulnerabilities and capacities cannot be overstated. Understanding the vulnerabilities within a heritage place and assessing its capacities to respond are foundational steps in developing strategies to mitigate and address disaster risks. Recognizing this need, ECROM's FAR program has co-created a participatory vulnerability and capacity assessment tool explicitly designed for cultural heritage. This tool, called Insight, fosters engagement with institutions, local governments, and communities, offering users a collaborative means to understand how the cultural and natural heritage of a place contributes to capacities for disaster risk reduction and sustainable development. In order to navigate the climate polycrisis, it is essential to integrate heritage considerations within sustainable development and humanitarian assistance frameworks. A milestone in this direction is the integration of cultural heritage with humanitarian assistance through the guidance note on urban search and rescue at heritage sites developed by ICROM's FAR program. This guidance note, unanimously accepted by the UN Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, is a notable policy achievement and is a collaborative effort involving the International Search and Rescue Advisory Group of UN OCHA, UNESCO, the International Council on Monuments and Sites, and its International Committee on Risk Preparedness, its national branch in Turkey, and GEA Search and Rescue NGO based in Turkey. This collective commitment underscores the importance of addressing the unique challenges associated with urban search and rescue operations at heritage sites. It emphasizes the preservation and protection of cultural heritage during crises. Another significant stride in acknowledging the role of culture and heritage for addressing climate change is the launching of Friends for Culture-Based Climate Action at the 2023 Annual Conference of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC. This initiative seeks to catalyze a paradigm shift in the understanding of climate change, emphasizing that it is not solely an environmental, financial, or a scientific challenge, but it is also a cultural challenge. The overarching goal of this Friends for Culture-Based Climate Action initiative is to garner international consensus on the imperative of placing culture, spanning from arts to heritage, at the core of climate action. ECROM is part of this initiative, and it aspires to contribute to the acceleration of UNFCCC processes, advocating for incorporation of cultural considerations in global adaptation efforts urgently needed to address climate change at a larger scale. With that, I would like to conclude my presentation. I thank you all for your attention. You could write to the FAR program, and if you have any queries, we would be happy to answer them. You could follow us on our social media platforms and go to ICROM's website to download some of the tools that I have mentioned here today. Thank you again for your attention.
アパルナ様の Thank you very much. This is the end of Ms. Aparna's keynote speech. She talked about the importance of how we would be able to navigate the various risks and the climate policy crisis related to the various measures, including the apps. Thank you very much. Since she has not joined in the conference, there is not going to be any questions and answers session at this juncture. But when we start the panel discussion, she is expected to join us online. I'm pretty sure that we'll be able to have the question and answer period at that time. Now then, after this, amongst the panelists, let's have the briefing and review topics for panel discussion. Since 2021, we have been starting our symposium 3 times in a row based on the cultural properties, DRR, and current status in Asia Pacific. Therefore, I would like to ask Dr. Morimoto of ACCU Nara to talk about what we have discussed in the past 2 years. After this, we would like to go into the general discussion. Dr. Morimoto, please. Thank you very much. I would like to now give you the quick rundown of what we have experienced in the past 2 years, last year and 2 years ago. There are documents which have been already published. I'm pretty sure that you have already read them. As for the details, there may be some points that you may not be able to recall, some points, but I would like to put them in the summary. But when I say the summary, as for the detailed content, they are intertwined. It is impossible for us to wrap this down for what we discussed for each year. So you might be rather confused about the points of the discussion. In 2021, that's year 1. In Asia Pacific, for the issues as the sub-theme, the first aid and quick responses to protect the disasters from the disasters, and this was done on 14th and 15th of December 2021. But because of the pandemic in that year, the symposium itself was carried out online, remotely. As for the domestic participants, they came to the auditorium, but for the overseas participants and observers, they joined with us online. And because of that, by the use of the online system, the documents have been already distributed to the participants. ACCU have used the e-learning site to distribute those documents starting from 10th through 15th of December in 2021, based on which we started our symposium for 2 days. In day 1, 14th of December, there was the keynote speech. Dr. Kozuma Yosei has delivered the issues related to the protection of the cultural properties in Japan, followed by the case studies, 6 of them. First, Dr. Yasuo Nagai talked about the Japanese cases, historic cultural properties, and the damages, investigation and rescue, and sending the cultural property doctors to the site. And case study 2 is online, I believe. Dr. Harisetian is here from Indonesia, and Borobudur case study DRR was presented at that time. Number 3, case from China. Ko Fayan-san had presented for the Sichuan province in China. And historic site was highlighted for the purpose of the cultural property protection. 4, Fiji. Melania B. Hokoito-san had presented about the traditional knowledge and indigenous knowledge in Fiji to try to contribute to the DRR. Next, Nepal. Slesa-san had presented about the after earthquake in 2015. Last case was number 6 from the Philippines. Ainin Nondan-san presented about the Jolina typhoon has impacted on the National Museum building, exhibitions, and displays. She presented the result, and there were 1 keynote speech and 6 presentations on day 1. And on 15th of December in 2011, the keynote speech 2 was delivered. And Dr. Marna Tandon has talked about the DRR for the cultural properties Asia Pacific and how the quick response should be made and capacity building and related to the cultural heritage restoration and rehabilitation. This was followed by the panel discussion to discuss how we would be able to rescue the cultural properties at the time of the disasters was discussed with the commentators as well as the keynote speakers and also case presenters. So on year 1, the points were raised as follows, if I may illustrate some of them. At the time of the disaster, rescuing the cultural properties have to be secondary to the rescuing of the human lives. Of course, that's important. However, as for the first response, the cultural heritage should not be left untouched. And how we are going to respond to the rescue of the cultural properties, it is necessary to give the hands for the rescue for the cultural properties which are not designated. And we need to have the documentation from day to day to be prepared for that. And also in the types of the disasters, volcanic eruptions, which you may not come across frequently in some of the countries. Those points were also raised. And the volcanic eruption related to the protection of the cultural heritage was pointed out. As for the restoration of the buildings, traditionals as well as the anti-seismic modern contemporary techniques should be given consideration to. For example, contemporary methods cannot be promised to fully protect the architectures and buildings. In some cases, based on the traditional methods, the buildings can stay longer. So that is making the things rather complex. And in order to secure the identity of the communities, I'm sure cultural heritage are playing the very important roles. After the disaster, for the rescue activities, the collaboration between the communities and the cultural heritage organizations should cooperate. Therefore, coordination and collaboration are must between the stake parties. When, who, and where, how they are able to involve in the rescue activities is the key, especially who is going to take the command and control at the time of the disasters. That has to be decided from day to day. There has to be the prepared organization to respond quickly. But on the part of the inhabitants in the communities, even in emergency, including the restoration, they are expected to play a very important role. Amongst the stakeholders, we need to have the very close contact and communication so that we will be able to quickly act to respond to the disasters. Amongst the experts, there is the need to explain more in detail to the owners of the cultural heritage. Some of the owners do not have awareness of how important what they have in their hands. Therefore, in the case of buildings, heritage manager can be utilized very effectively. As for the coordination amongst the different organizations, the Heritage Disaster Risk Management Center in Japan is expected to play the important role. As for the restoration, quick restoration, financing is important. There has to be the flexible dispensing of those finance and the budget. So this is what we had discussed in year one. Next, I would like to talk about what we discussed in 2022. We discussed the current status and the issues. Number 2, for the cultural properties in Asia Pacific, including the restoration and reconstruction after the disasters, just like the year one, because of the impact by the COVID. Partially, for the Japanese, they came to the auditorium for the discussion, and for overseas participants, they participated remotely. Just like the year one, the documents were distributed starting from 14th to 21st of December. The documents were available, based on which December 21st and 22nd, the symposium was held. Day one. As for the format, we have maintained the same format in the past 3 years. As for 21st of December keynote speech, Dr. Shingo Hidaka talked about the significance of supporting of the damaged cultural heritage based on the East Japan Great Earthquake. And also 2 years ago, and also just this year, we listened to the 6 cases from Bhutan. Karuma Tenjin-san talked about the Manituran zone reconstruction was discussed. Case 2 is Shua Hao-san from China. The restoration after the disaster has just stricken, including the techniques and technology employed. Number 3, Japan. Hidefumi Sanpei-san talked about the experiences, including the restoration in Tomioka in Fukushima Prefecture in the great earthquake in East Asia, as well as the nuclear power generation plant impact. Next, number 4 is Nepal. Shules talked about the restoration and reconstruction after the disaster of the cultural heritage. Number 5 is Amanda Olson, who is with us today, and Phil Swagson had presented about the restoration after the earthquake in Christchurch and the values of the cultural heritage. And the last one, number 6, is from the Philippines. Mr. Michael Kelly talked about cultural heritage and the preventive restoration and the maintenance, and how the coordination can be maintained amongst the cultural heritage organization and the communities. And second day, on 22nd of December, just like today, we listened to the keynote speech by Dr. Aparna Tandon, Building Back Better, together with the cultural heritage at the time of disaster, how the resilience can be enhanced based on the ICROM FAR program at the time of the disasters, and the trainings, how they should be carried out. This was followed by the general discussion, and regional community restoration building back better was discussed amongst the commentators as well as the case presenters. So on the year two, last year, there were some issues presented. As for the intangible assets, the point was raised about the value. The cultural events are very important, which can make the connection amongst the living and life of the people, and that can become the base of the motivation of the people.
存在
And also, the fact that there are cultural heritage properties means that it supports the mental health of the community people. And also, in terms of connecting the community with the administration, museums could play a part as connecting a bridge between the community and the government and municipalities. Also, in reconstructing and rehabilitating the cultural properties, the urban restoration also need to be worked on in parallel. It is not only important to focus on the rehabilitation of the cultural properties alone, but the whole restoration of the urban setting is important. And also, the issue of how to assess the degree of damage was talked about. Of course, we cannot just rely on the assessment of the experts, but there needs to be some method so that the community residents can also participate in the assessment of the degree of damage and extent of damage. Regarding repair and rehabilitation, there are technical issues, but also the new technologies and traditional technologies also had to be utilized. Because just depending on new technologies would bring about something that is totally different from what existed. But if you try to rehabilitate based only on traditional knowledge and technologies, sometimes you are not able to achieve rehabilitation after all. So there needs to be a balance struck. It is important to document the memories of disaster. That was also mentioned. And also in terms of documentation, regarding cultural properties, there are different phases, and documentation may be done by experts, but there may be also informal memories kept by the community residents, which need to be documented as well. There needs to be a point made that there should be no exclusion of such informal memories of residents. Whether or not reconstruction was achieved or not, there needs to be some indicators to assess the degree of reconstruction, and therefore, in normal times, the data needs to be taken and collected and to be preserved so that once disasters occur, you could rely on such data collected in normal times. So overall, those were the things that were discussed in the past 2 years. Thank you very much. Now, we would like to sort out the issues for general discussion among the panelists. Professor Shimotsuma, may I ask you to moderate? Good morning. This is quite a complicated discussion, so I would like to moderate using Japanese. So please rely on the English translation. Ms. Aparna Tandon gave us a lecture a while ago, and from international perspective, I think she has outlined the main issues that we need to be aware of. And Mr. Morimoto also went over the past 2 years' discussions. And I think we were able to more or less identify the important issues that need to be discussed. So based on this understanding, we are here gathered for the 3rd year. And the question here is what ultimately will be possible to be documented as a record. So I would like to take some time to give my proposal. I think we need to question what is culture and what is cultural property. And it is very difficult time-wise to come up with a philosophical view on this here. But first of all, depending on the person's perspective, I think views may be different. And therefore, the question that we need to be aware of is how to bridge that gap which might exist among the different stakeholders. I think in terms of cultural properties administration, when we think about the basic characteristics of such administration, culture itself is something that is vernacular, that is related to the particular place or locality. Let's say people in the community are farming. Then for something that, for some challenge that they will need to face, there is always a faith or belief that is born among the community residents. And by taking in that faith and belief in the daily life of the people, people can understand and communicate with each other. And such understanding and understanding each other means that that would lead to some certain behaviors of that community, and this is related to the action of creating settlements and cities or villages or cities. Perhaps there is another way of describing things, but I think culture always resides with a certain place, and it may not be easy to categorize. But when we think of culture from a national perspective, of an international perspective, vis-a-vis a certain event, there are certain cultures that could be lost, that disappears. And therefore, in such a case, a greater population may come into place to try to preserve that culture. Let's say in terms of urban development, in order to come up with some excuse to resist such urban development, academic reasons could be developed so as to support and protect a certain culture. To protect a certain culture by relying on one strong perspective. We are gathered here, I believe, to discuss something in common, which is to come up with local plans which are to be implemented. But how could we bridge that gap to in assessing these different approaches. One other point that I would like to explain is, given such a situation, when we try to inherit and transmit the cultural properties, we need to be mindful of the fact that this has become a part of environmental issue. In order to protect something from development, government projects and other large forces come into play. But when things come closer to individuals' daily lives, individuals' perspectives and the way they look at things become more important, which means that the things become more and more complicated because of that. We talk about SDGs nowadays, and I think this is making a big contribution because, for one, for things that have become more complicated, when we try to break them down in order to lead to some solution, I think by taking this approach, we may be able to identify issues, giving priorities of what to act on first. And if individuals try to participate in these issues, we may be able to create a greater force together and to act in a greater way to exert a greater impact on what we are trying to do. And if that is the case, in discussing what we should do, I think we should try not to generalize things. There are things that we have individually experienced, and so we should try to focus on how to relate to other people what you individually have experienced, rather than generalizing. And also, there is the process of coming up with international charters, whether they are international charters or norms. First thing you do is to collect good examples, and when you put them together, the next step is to try to summarize them in easy to understand words so that the community people but that may cause some confusion among the recipients. I have attended trainings with ICCROM, and ICCROM was trying to put into place the idea that the big issue was how the participants would try to apply what they have learned to what they have experienced individually, so that that individual is able to restate what they have learned in their own words that is more applicable to the local place that the participants comes from. So what I'm trying to say is that, first of all, as we have a general discussion in the afternoon, I would like to take the time here to identify with all of you what we should discuss in the afternoon. And in order to sort things out, I think we have listened to the case reports from her countries yesterday, and in terms of disaster resilience in pre-disaster, in disaster, and post-disaster period, all included, in order to enhance disaster resilience, what were the items that were mentioned and issues that were mentioned by each country? Let us review that first. I would like all of you to point things out that comes to mind. And at the same time, what are the issues that may be weakening the disaster resilience? I think we should review that aspect as well. And as a common point, in talking about the experience of disasters, depending on particular country or region, the perspectives and the approach may be different, as we have learned from the country reports. And therefore, perhaps we could talk about that as well. And regarding the items for discussion, that may not be sufficient. So I would like to solicit your ideas as to what else we might be able to discuss. And ultimately, we would like to sort our discussion out, itemizing what we have discussed, and making sure that we can give reference to those items so that whenever someone wants to a deep diver into that item, he or she is able to look up that item by referring to that reference. And so ultimately, we would like to come up with a report. And of course, regarding the report that we will be producing, we take up the role to identify the essence of what needs to be included in the report. So as we sit here, I think we can provide such a checklist perhaps for our future activities. So that is something that we would like to work together towards.
長とお話をしましたけど、
I have spoken too long, so please allow me to summarize. First, regarding this morning, we would like to sort out what is the process we should use for the panel discussion this afternoon. And in that regard, there are important aspects. One is what are the factors that improve and enhance resilience? What kind of experiences were mentioned in the country's reports yesterday? And second is what are the factors that lower resilience? And in order to improve that obstacle, what kind of experiences have been shared by countries? For instance, a factor to enhance resilience includes involved volunteer participation going beyond the differences in religions. That's one. And secondly, something very similar to this in New Zealand, for recovery and rebuilding, that suggested the possibility to improve the relationship with indigenous people. And another factor, and what is the way to improve, eliminate the obstacle to resilience? That is, for instance, how can we work upon residents who still use that heritage despite knowing that it is not safe? And another is something about the budgeting process. And next, some common factors we found among countries. I'd like to mention some of them. One common factor is the way to convey experience of a disaster. But there are many points to be reminded of. And I think we were able to learn those things from yesterday's presentations. There are many ways to transmit and hand down the experience of a disaster. That has been a common factor running through different countries, but I'm sure that you have many ideas and thoughts about this, and I hope that we'll be able to capture those points in the discussion this morning. So at this stage, I'd like to stop, and you might want to present your ideas regarding the general discussion or regarding the factors raising or lowering resilience, any other topics you would like to include in the panel discussion this afternoon. So let us begin this discussion with you, and I would like you to raise your hand if you have a point you would like to make as we prepare for the panel discussion. Any point? Anyone? This is I have not been able to give you enough time to digest or consider, or you may propose a way to go about in the panel discussion this afternoon. Any particular topics you would like to propose regarding this point? Initiatives has been exerted by Dr. Kozuma, who has participated in all three symposia so far. So, Dr. Kozuma, may I turn to your idea? Professor Shimozuma has given us some ideas for the panel discussion, ways to enhance resilience against disasters. That has been presented in many of the reports we received yesterday, but of course, country has the different systems, so there might be certain differences. So of course, we are not able to generalize all of those factors to enhance resilience. On the other hand, what are the ways to improve upon obstacles which are lowering resilience? As we shared experiences with each other, we were able to learn some innovative approaches. But of course, again, the systems may differ from country to country, but because of those differences, as experiences to learn from each other, we may be able to learn from the examples of other countries. So I think all of those topics presented by Professor Shimozuma are good ideas for this afternoon's panel discussion. And in yesterday's Mr. To's presentation, he mentioned the memories of disasters. In other words, in the society where we live, what are the risks which have been present from years ago? We need to recognize such existing risks and past risks, and upon this recognition, how can we better address disasters in the future? But perhaps those disaster risks have not been addressed in the same manner over the years. The way we live has changed over time. And of course, we have been hit by a major change, that is climate change. So in the past, society was more or less compact in many ways, but now we live in this globalized world. As a result, we have come to form multiple relationships and connectedness, and there we have seen the rise of various gaps, large and small, and how to go and overcome those gaps. So from the perspective of memories of disaster, those new perspective may also open up. But this is a rather hard and difficult discussion to go through, but that's one other aspect regarding the discussion, the panel discussion. And as I listened to this morning's keynote lecture by Ms. Pauna Tandon, there has been a lot of efforts to value cultural heritage. We all believe that cultural heritage is so important, but that has been relatively abstract. But in that abstract framework, we have tried to protect cultural heritage. And Ms. Tandon mentioned a very important keyword. Because of the presence of cultural heritage, our society has been preserved in a sense. I think that's something she wanted to convey through her presentation. We value cultural heritage because cultural heritage is so important. That's one side. But on the other side of the same coin, our society and the way we live and the culture we have, in order for us to do so, we need a cultural heritage. And as Professor Shimotsuma mentioned at the outset, this all relates to what is culture and what is cultural heritage. And so I believe that those are very fundamental questions. We hope that we'll be able to further enhance our understanding of through a perspective of disaster risk reduction. Thank you very much. I would like to listen to the opinions of all the participants before we begin the panel discussion this afternoon. And as I listen to Dr. Kozuma's comments, we might not be able to make any conclusion this morning, but in the afternoon, perhaps we may express their ideas, our ideas about what culture is or what cultural property is. That may be an ice-breaking topic to discuss first thing in the panel discussion this afternoon. But what about Mr. Morimoto? You have also participated in the 3 international workshop and symposia. Thank you very much. I'm not an expert on disaster management, so I am not able to discuss any details about disaster risk mitigation. But what I think is important is as follows. To document culture and cultural heritage from the time of normalcy, and to use that documentation at the time of a crisis is considered important. And as regards the documentation, there could be official documentations by the government, but also there are documents kept by residents. And I believe that is also needs to be considered important. But records or documentation, a building may be lost in a war, and to reproduce such a building in a 3D technology may be one way, but we have to have an organization to gather information or documentations at the time of normalcy, and it is quite costly in certain cases. But when we then collect such information and documents, and then we need to keep and store such records. So in a sense, such records, tangible records, may be understood as one of the cultural assets which has to be kept and be protected against a natural disaster. So the loss of cultural property is a tragedy, but at the same time, the loss of such a documentation about the culture is also a tragedy. In the past, we had the documents written in Chinese ink, but such a material is quite vulnerable to a disaster such as fire and also flooding. And for digital documents, digital devices may not be sustainable as technology, and the software program may be lost, and you might not be able to read what is contained in the digital format. So to collect data is important, but who is going to keep such documents of culture? And Dr. or Ms. Aparna Tatan at ICROM is also involved in the keeping of records in digital format. In digital format, of records or culture, how should it be protected, just like tangible culture? So what I'm talking about here is not about the disaster risk mitigation of culture itself, but I think not just the culture, but also the documentation about the culture needs to be protected against the disaster. This is my personal point of view, but this is one thing I wanted to point out. Thank you very much, Dr. Kozuma. As an observer, we have Kotani-san and Shoda-san, and all the participants. I'd like to turn to you for your comments and points. Why I am appointing Japanese participants first. That is, I want the non-Japanese participants to summarize your ideas while you all listen to the comments by Japanese. So in the Japanese alphabetical order, Kotani-san and Shoda-san may have your comments.
My name is Kotani. My name is not listed, so all of a sudden I appear here in front of you. I'm reporting to Dr. Kozuma at Cultural Heritage Disaster Risk Management Center. In the past 3 years, I have been working for this conference. have been listening to your discussions as Dr. Morimoto made a summation in the past 2 years. I was attentively listening. What was your question? All of a sudden, I was appointed, so I am not organized. But while I was listening to your discussions, I believe the communication of the recollection of the memory was important, and that reminds me of what I had written in my paper some time ago. What I did at that time is the humans tend to forget some bad recollections or the memories, and they are very eager to forget about them if they are not very good for them. Another point is people talk about risk. As Dr. Kozuma said, we need to recognize the risk in order to keep our memory. On the other hand, I believe this is also related to resilience. Suppose there is a risk based on which there is the disaster taking place. If there is a damage, why is it that there was the damage? We need to reconfirm that, and we need to come up with the measures and respond to them. Because we responded that, we might think that the risk is gone, and we were able to get rid of the risk. This is a denial of the risk, people say. And this is how we tend to forget the bad things. But be aware of the risk and do something for risk. And they try to be very eager to forget about risk once it is mended or taken care of. We've been talking about enhancement of resilience or lowering of the resilience in some cases. It's not that the resilience went down because we did not take enough measures. Because we are taking measures and we tend to forget something we had experienced in the past because it was terrible things for us, and we tend to lower the resilience. Probably they were all embraced in the same philosophy. The iron and steel industry, there is the Nihon Iron and Steel Company, very famous one, and they have been making irons and steel. There are a lot of accidents taking place in the factories. In order to respond to accidents, the helmets have to be worn, and when they are working on the furnace, they have to be equipped with some kind of protectors. And if they are successful in doing that, this risk can be got rid of, and then there is new risk generated, but without noticing it, there would be the series of the accidents taking place. This is the basis of how we tend to forget the risk. Probably it can have the relationship with the cultural heritage as well as the disasters. That was my comment. Thank you very much. I think the very important point was raise enhancement of resilience or lowering resilience. We need to get note of the reasons, and there is a new risk arising. In order to respond to that, what is the action that we try to take documents or the record? Once again, we need to come back to the record. Probably we stop the action that we communicated to the others. After the communication is done, what are the things we have done? That is something we tend to forget in order to enhance the resilience building further. I believe this was a suggestion. Thank you very much. Now then, Shoda-san, what about you? I'm sorry, I'm not able to give you the very nice comment like Kotani-san, but I was listening to his comment, and I would like to put something on the table for your discussion. Earlier, Professor Shimosa talked about the culture which is rooted in the community. I agree with that, and because of that, there is a cultural heritage which have to protect it because they are rooted in the community. How we are going to enhance residence and tend to lower, and that has to be discussed in each community. And we would be able to identify the differences from community to community and how we would be able to inherit and communicate our experiences or the cases to the others. What are the strategies which can be employed? Because I was not able to attend in the panel discussion in the afternoon, I'm very much looking forward to listening to your talks after. I left. Aparuna-san, Dr. Aparuna talked about this earlier. The reconstruction project and the measures that has to be evaluated, and how are we going to share the result of evaluation. I have been involved in the international businesses, and I think I have done this, and even if I thought I was successful, but in reflecting them, in comparison with the other project, what was the degree of the success I have accomplished? What are the indicators and what is the level of comparison? It's very difficult, especially in the area of cultural heritage, because of the variety of the cultural heritage we are dealing with. So that's something I want you to think about. And also, probably this is the point that I am not aware of much. In each different cultural heritage, under what kind of platform, how are you going to share the indicators for the purpose of the evaluation? Under what kind of platforms do you think you will be able to have a lot of discussions? You have the online tools, remote communication on the site, and you will be able to have the discussion with your colleagues. But depending on the field, for example, Dr. Morimata in the digital tools, by using those tools, you will be able to share those information. Or in some cases, in a different discipline, you might be able to have the different platforms. How are we going to build, and what kind of platforms are you planning to build for the purpose of the thorough communication? That is something I was interested in. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Listen to what you have said. I believe Dr. Morimoto indicated the memory is also a type of the cultural heritage. I believe you have said that has a lot of commonality. How much you have accomplished, we have accomplished, that has to be recorded, documented, and we need to recognize the significance and value of the record we create. We hope we'll be able to include that in the points of the discussion. Thank you very much. Now then, for the case study presenters, to each panelist. We would like to get your views and opinions. If we have extra time, we will expand the scope of the people who will be able to speak out, including the observers or the sitting at the back. If you have any comments, please be ready to share your views, even from the back, to be fair. In the order of the case study presentation, let's go one by one. First, from China, Ms. Guo Yuhan, please.
So you mean when we need to propose any topics in the afternoon? I didn't catch the question, sorry.
はい、私が
Yes, what I'm asking you to do is in the afternoon, how are we going to enhance the resilience building, and what are the causes of the resilience building, and what are the causes which are lowering the resilience? We need to get rid of those bad causes, and those are some of the 2 points which we are going to discuss in the panel discussion in the afternoon. So, are there any additional items to be discussed? That's the number one question to you. And also, what's related to do is the recollection and memory of the disasters. Memory of the disasters, that has to be discussed before the panel discussion. That's what I thought was important. Are there any other additional elements which should be added to this agenda? That's the memory of the disaster. I was listening to a lot of comments, communication and delivery of the memories and experiences, and we need to shed the lights on what the culture is, and also the disaster memory. What is included? The activities of yours have to be also documented and recorded, and those records has to have some kind of value, and we need to keep those records. Those records and documentation of the disasters have to be communicated from one to the other. So, are there any other things you would like to discuss other than what I have said? That is my suggestion.
Very clear. I'm more like to interested into the a lot of speakers talk about the community lead approach during all the process of, before, during, and after the disaster. So my question is, how could the community lead? I mean, in actual practice, normally the community was led by the government or the site manager. So at the site managers, also the part of the community, and which part of from very beginning the decision making to the decision making, and also to the every actions during the rescue plan. How can we really let the community to lead instead of just involvement? Yeah, that's my question.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. I believe this is a very important raise. I think this is something we would like to discuss later. Thank you very much. And then, next, the person who made the presentation on Borobudur. How do you say it, Wan-san, please?
Thank you very much, Professor. I would like to highlight from Borobudur, as yesterday Professor Masuma said that the plan is important for the site or heritage site. It is highlighted by Mrs. Aparna Tandon this morning. This is very important because in Borobudur, the monument of Borobudur as a World Cultural Heritage is exposed to the nature. This is prone to the, as I present yesterday, hydrogeometeorological hazard. Yeah. such as fluctuation of temperature and participation and also humidity. That's why in our office, the Borobudur Conservation Office, our office now, the unit of Borobudur are conducting the research, which is identify the species of plant which is depicted in the temple relief. This is very useful for our landscape conservation surrounding the Borobudur, not only in the core zone, but in buffer zone. Also, as I discussed lately yesterday evening with the professor, that we have the species of Bodhi tree, the Ficus religiosa, the genus from Ficus, which is also the sacred plant for Buddhists. And also we have some research that more than 44 species in the relief, 30 at least is the native species. That's why we are conducting the research or planting this plant or this tree surrounding the buffer zone of Borobudur. But we have experience also that the Bodhi tree, the Ficus religiosa tree, which is also the sacred plant for Buddha itself, it has the very not good system in the root of this tree. Yeah, some of these trees are easily to collapse. That's why we are now experience this the Bodhi tree collapse in our wear kit also. It is very dangerous for the staff of conservation. That's why although this tree is sacred for the monument, we are not planting in the core zone because it is very dangerous for the conservation staff and also for the visitor. And the next issue will be the volunteers. That's maybe different with another side. It is easily to have the volunteer to Borobudur. Even as I present yesterday, there is more than 2,000 volunteers are working in 2014 after the volcanic eruption of Mount Kelut. And this is kind of our effort. This is our effort to socialize and have the workshop and seminar about the philosophy also with the Borobudur, so that the local people know the philosophy. It is blending in the culture of Borobudur and the local people, and it is no problem whether he is or she is a Muslim or not Muslim, because the philosophy of Borobudur remain a general philosophy for the Japanese people. So we have no problem for the volunteer. If even if we didn't ask for to help us, they will come to us to Borobudur. And the third issue will be the documentation. As 2017, Borobudur has the memory of the world heritage, which is the conservation archive of Borobudur. We already know that the conservation archive, whether came from 1907 in the first restoration by the Dutch government until 1983, the restoration from the government of Indonesia and in cooperation with the UNESCO is also very important archive. That's why we nominated as a memory of the world in 2017, and we have documented all of the archive, because it is very important in our condition of our geology, which is closest to the mountain, volcanic mountain. There is a fault or joint less than a kilo from Borobudur. This is important to make a documentation all the archive, and we upload it also in the server, so we are not worried when there is a massive catastrophe. Just like I present yesterday, that in the 1080 in the year of 929 until 1080, there is a massive catastrophe also in that area. Everyone is moving from Central Java to East Java. in the Mataram Kingdom in the 8th century. So that's why we documentation all the detail, the drawing, the detail from the Dutch government until the second restoration and upload it in the server. So we are not worried when there is a disaster in our region, especially in Java. Thank you, Professor.
よろしいですか。ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. Perhaps to give you some food for thought, I would like to ask you for your opinion, Mr. Setiawan. For example, in Borobudur, when you research on the indigenous species and also when you control and manage the vegetation, I think there are different roles for that project. So, can we say that such action is required in order to protect the world cultural heritage? So please give us your cooperation. You could say that, or since this, if we lose this world cultural heritage, it would impact your economic standing. So, for your daily life sake, please cooperate with us in protecting the world cultural heritage. That is another approach that you can take. And also, perhaps there is a certain affection by the local community residents regarding specific tree species. So that is perhaps one approach that you can make in order to convince the residents. But if, in extreme cases, if you were asked to select one approach, which approach do you think would be the best?
For me, my opinion will be the first approach will be the best, because in correlation with the surrounding people surrounding Borobudur and the local surrounding Borobudur, we should know what is the tradition also in connection with the plant or the tree. And we are only researching for the relief, but the useful in the local society and the local we still have some research which is continuously used or not this kind of species of plant or tree, and also the issue of the climate change. This is also important to us to plant this tree, and also the considering the surrounding local people surrounding site of Borobudur Temple is also we have some important connection, not only economically but also in philosophy. Thank you, Professor.
大変ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. I think Mr. Hari Setiawan's view and Ms. Yu Han-go's views have things in common. The question is how to lead the community. Who gives leadership to the community? What is the role that the plan takes? I think we should incorporate that in our discussion later on. Thank you very much for your comment. Next, Mr. To of Wakayama Prefecture, please. Rather than give an opinion or proposal as such from myself, I have been engaging in my present work from year 2000, and I still have a question in mind that has not yet been resolved. And I didn't think I would be given this opportunity to think about that again. But what is a cultural property? Speaking from my own job, cultural properties to me is to deal with older documents in my capacity. And if the old storage warehouse is to be demolished, some old families ask us to collect some things that might be of value to us. And if did not collect them, they will be discarded by the old families. In other words, trying to select something to keep means that others will be discarded. And from the old documents, which form the archive, we would pick about 5% out of the total to be kept as in the archive. Selecting something means throwing away others. So it is very difficult to delineate, so to speak, where to draw the line between what we keep and what we throw away. And regarding old documents that remain in the region, basically the old villages or the municipalities and the communities might think of such documents based on their own criteria as to what is important and what is less important. So in the disaster-strict hit area, the articles that constitute the people's memories, usually those are the things that we do not collect for the archive because it is something of a memory for that person, like photographs or other texts that may be important for individuals but not for the general population. So usually those are the things that we do not collect for the archive. But such old documents and memory items were collected by the self-defense forces who went in after the disaster. They felt that these things were not something that can be easily thrown away. And so the self-defense forces members collected them because they thought that they were important memory items for particular families or individuals. And we still have questions about then what should we be collecting for the archive? So collecting, so I'm always having the question as to where to draw the line as to what we should collect and keep. And regarding vulnerability of record keeping or documentation, that, of course, is a very important, urgent issue that we are trying to think about at our archive. But, of course, we have so far not come to any particular conclusion. So this is something that we are always thinking about. And in Wakayama Prefecture, which is perhaps common with other part of Japan, with the progress in digital transformation, I think including our prefecture, we are moving more towards e-government and the digital-born documents are increasing. The question is how to maintain them over the long term in the future. We have not yet come to any particular criteria or way as to how we make that decision. So what are cultural properties? What is the significance of the archives? I think these are fundamental questions that we still need to think about and answer, but not yet reached any answer on our part. I'm sorry, I haven't been able to respond to your question, perhaps. Well, deciding what to keep is deciding what to throw away, you said. I think that is a very important challenge for us engaging in cultural heritage or properties. So then perhaps going to more individual items, we could make things more ambiguous so that we would leave the decision more or less to individuals. That may be an approach. But at the same time, this is a very important question that we need to think about. So I think you don't have to blame yourself that you have not yet come to any conclusion. I think that is a very important thing that we all need to think about. Professor Sakirata, thank you very much. I would like to speak in Japanese. I think the most important point is that in order to heighten and enhance disaster resilience, I think depending on the case, things approach will be different. And regarding how to convey memories of disaster, I think I could follow very much as to what was said. To forget means to reduce resilience. Then, how could we make sure that we do not forget? In order not to forget, who forgets? I think people living in the community forget the most. So I think that needs to be identified as important. So if the people living in the community tends to forget, then how could we make things better so that people do not forget? And I think the approach might be different in each community. We cannot simply export from the outside. There are communities that require external help, but there are communities that require less external help, and therefore the approach is always different. When I think about Nepal, experts who come from outside will stay for such a short period, write up a report ultimately, and they may ultimately lead to formulation of rules and ordinances. However, the question is, do they have the understanding of the community ultimately? The community itself needs to act so that they do not forget. Although the big strategy above may be in place, on the ground, the community may not have enough understanding as to what they need to do. And I think experts do not really understand that point. It's not that we blame them, but I think on a national level and in a bigger administration level, there needs to be more thought given to what needs to be done on a community level in order to make sure that they do not forget. What I'm saying is the community should come first, and to make sure that they do not forget. And so we can think about the significance of cultural properties, but it is not important to protect the cultural property itself, but in case of Nepalese earthquake, people suffered, of course, but after spending 1 or 2 months in the courtyard, they would go back to their daily life when festival timing comes, for example. So when Nepal is not that developed, but in terms of the recovery of people's mindset, I think it went quite quickly. So in order to make sure that people do not forget, we talk about disaster management culture nowadays in Japan, but perhaps it may be important to communicate to the community saying that disaster response and disaster management is just a part of their culture. And if they could understand it as part of their culture, perhaps we could enhance resilience.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. Very important comments, points indeed. As I listen to your comments and opinions, what to do with communities and how can we use plans. But for what a plan is prepared, that is a very fundamental question we need to delve into. Now, last but not least, Ms. Amanda Orth, you have the floor.
I just wanted to note my support for starting the discussion with what is culture and what is cultural heritage. I think there's definitely benefit in the articulation of this coming from the community. And so my personal experience, I've seen benefit of this with the development of the Christchurch Heritage Strategy, where the strategy uses words directly from the community, from a series of workshops. The strategy has photographs provided by the community. So they were invested in developing the statement of what they value, as opposed to what happened previously, which was just heritage experts telling the stories of what is heritage value and what are heritage places. So certainly support that approach. Also, one thing that perhaps could be explored in the discussion, and in previous years and this year, it was stated that non-designated heritage places are important to address, especially after an event. And I'm curious to understand how we could address this, because in my experience, in New Zealand, we have a very limited ability to protect non-designated heritage places, especially after an event. So I would be interested to learn perhaps how we could address that. And just lastly, on the topic of disaster memory, we've certainly learned a lot about the Japanese experience of, and that there is value in embracing disaster memory for resilience. And whilst in my experience, these memories were collected and saved immediately after earthquake, we don't sort of live it every day. We don't embrace it and keep telling those stories as part of our culture. So, and we find it a bit difficult because of our perspective. So I'd be curious to explore perhaps ways of collecting and sharing and living with those memories of disaster more actively when it is a bit difficult for some cultures. Thank you.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much to you all. We have gathered very important points, and especially for memories of disaster, I think we have already got a very good discussion already among the speakers. So at this stage, please allow me to make some summary at this point. But here, I would like to have some comments in ACCU. For 3 years, this symposium has been planned by a group of people at ACCU Nara or in the Cultural Heritage Disaster Risk Management Center of Japan. Anyone who would like to make comments? This is your turn. Any comments from ACCU Nara and Cultural Heritage Disaster Risk Management Center Japan?
I'm supposed to talk here, but thank you so much for giving me the floor. Actually, I have a couple of things to propose to bring on the discussion table, if that's okay for you. I don't know, because my field is also not the disaster risk management, but as a sort of reflection of the 2 years, I would say perhaps the traditional knowledge systems and practices have been mentioned by Professor Shakyalata, and it is actually argued that these traditional knowledge and practices are very important to address some of the concerns regarding the disaster reduction, which have been, of course, tested over the centuries. And I want to ask all of the panelists, how do you see any challenges in combining these traditional practices in today's more technological prevention efforts, and how these challenges can be addressed more effectively, and what kind of tools can be used to make sure that these traditional practices are actually integrated into the modern approaches? This is one question, and another one is probably to Professor Shimotsuma. So the governance and the multi-stakeholder collaboration and approaches have been discussed very extensively in terms of the roles and responsibilities pre, during, and post-disaster. And I was wondering, especially after the 2015 Sendai framework, do you see any changes or progress in this direction? And what would be your recommendations for more effective cooperation and inclusive policies in this regard? So these are the two items that I would like to ask and bring into the table of discussion, if that's okay for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Today, I am a moderator, so I'm not going to share my own ideas or opinions. But anyway, thank you very much. Regarding the traditional knowledge system, when we think of it, please allow me to share with you the situation in Japan. In this country, including traditional knowledge system, we are trying to once again remember the value of traditions. But in the 1950s, in Japan, in 1950s, in industries, so-called primary industry accounted for 50% of all workers in Japan. So back in those days, Japan was basically an agro-based country right after the end of World War II. But now, the workers of primary industry is only less than 4% of the all workforce in Japan. Under such circumstances, we are still trying to keep what is traditional in such clear changes in our society. But what should we think of traditions? And that, I think, is at the very foundation of the cultural property or cultural property conservation. But this discussion would take 1 month to come to any conclusion. So that's just one piece of information I'd like to share with you regarding traditions in Japan. And now, from ACCU, NARA, or from International Center for the Study, I am Nakashima with the Institute of Disaster Mitigation for Urban Cultural Heritage, Ritsumeikan University. About the depopulation or changes in industries was mentioned by Professor Shimotsuma, and I believe that all of those social factors are inseparable from the matter of cultural property preservation and disaster management. Now, to enhance resilience, memories of disaster, and how to transfer and keep memories of disaster, and to preserve cultural property. That should not be just we have to keep it because they are important. Such a top-down process may be important, but it's not one. From out of the community itself, the value of cultural properties and the importance of keeping them needs to be understood from within the community as the kind of very important supporters or the people who are the primary people to be engaged in the preservation of cultural heritage. In Japan, various organizations concerning cultural heritage preservation and university researchers and community residents a big cultural heritage framework needs to be formed, and we need to consider how we can approach disaster risk mitigation for cultural properties. Thank you for the comment. Japan is facing depopulation or declining birth rate and aging, a very difficult situation for Japan. But there are some countries who are on the other side of the population demographics. But I think what we are saying is basically essentially the same. The population may be increasing, but it is raising the pressure of the further development. On other hand, there are countries losing population, no further people who could protect cultural heritage, but all of those represent big changes in society. But in that circumstances, how can we consider cultural heritage preservation? Any further remarks? Last remark from anyone? This is Wakia with ACCU Nara. For 3 years, I have participated in this international workshop for disaster risk management, and Japanese experience may be of some use to countries and people in Asia Pacific. There's one thing I'd like to especially focus upon here. As was mentioned in various case studies reports, traditional methods for rebuilding or reconstruction of a damaged heritage, that's one, and the use of new technologies to raise the anti-seismic property of a building. How can we strike a balance between these traditional methods and new technologies? And in ACCU Nara, we have been organizing various international workshops for wooden building reconstruction, and that balance issue is often pointed out. And Professor Sake from Nepal and Ms. Amanda Oath from New Zealand, in those case studies, there was an issue considering regarding this balance between the traditional construction methods and the use of new technologies. That's one theme. I hope that you may add in your afternoon discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. To all of you, you have given us very important points for consideration. Thank you very much indeed. Dr. Min Chi, due to a personal matter, she was not able to join us in the morning discussion today. But I would like to try to summarize what I have captured so far in this morning discussion. And if time allows, I would like to further expand the discussion. So based upon the explanation, a summation I'm going to make, I hope that Dr. Min Chi would participate actively in the afternoon discussion.
Now, I was listening attentively to the comments, and I was rather perplexed as to how well I am able to make the summation. Now, what is the culture? That's the first point. And also, how are we going to communicate the memories of the disasters? Those are very important points, but I don't intend to come up with any conclusions. What are the basic philosophy or basic ideas you are trying to attach to express this? When we discuss this, I would like to set one rule we need to abide by. In the past, in relation to the discussion about the cultural heritage, elitism was centered in this discussion. And this is the beginning of our discussion. So when we ask what the culture is something which can be created by the multiple number of the people or the groups. The acts can be accumulated and culminated to the image of culture. For example, in Japan, the technique or the craftsmanship lies in individual, and the technology lies in the society and the industry. For example, the stone fence, even if this can be created by one person, this is only his craftsmanship or ideas. But if he thinks this is a very good one and everybody else tries to make the copies of this and try to do the same thing because those are the good ones, and they try to accumulate those experiences, and then they will be able to build up the culture. That's the type of the notion of culture, ethicism, and what is the culture to be utilized as hobbies. That is not the point of the discussion we are going to have. And in order to enhance the resilience and build up the resilience, there are some causes or the reasons why we end up with the lowering of the resilience. What are the measures we need to take? Those are something I would like to also discuss. And as was pointed out earlier, to some extent, we have been making the good responses to the resilience building, and because we are rather complacent and we are very much relaxed because we have done something, we try to ignore about what had happened. There should be the fusion between the traditional wisdom and traditional knowledge with the innovative and contemporary knowledge. I believe those new technologies can be reflected. Contemporary technologies can be incorporated in the traditional knowledge. That might be our belief. But if that is so, several years later, that might become the cause of another risk. So if there is such a risk, how are we going to continue to monitor on what we have done anew? And that has to be supervised, and that should be included in our discussion. In the summary of the discussion, towards the end, what is the purpose of doing our job? For whom? For what we are making the plans? How are we going to deal with the communities? How are we going to motivate and encourage the communities? That's something I would like to discuss in the afternoon. I hope we'll be able to shed the light on those 4 important points. But we still have 10 more minutes in the morning session. The listeners might be very much stressed because they have been only listening attentively. I would like to encourage them to raise their hand if they have any comments. Excuse me. For whom, you said, not for whom. So the communities, who is going to take the lead in the communities? Who is going to take the initiative? So we intend to think the communities are vulnerable. No, the communities are supposed to be strong, and we need to strengthen the community, and somebody has to take the lead in the communities. Okay, I will pick them up in the afternoon. That's okay.
Thank you for the summary. I apologize that I was actually attending another meeting on the site management of our site. I'm back now. I think there's only one point that I wanted to do. Can we prepare structurally to involve the younger generation in all our activities, be it online, be it mobilization, community? We have been talking that for many years, but I think we should really do it practically because heritage is something that is from the past to the present for the future. However, one tendency that we see now is that the youngest who get involved is 49 years old, 46 years old. That is not young accordingly. It has to be, we have to structurally make sure that one existing players with 2 younger than 35 years old. And it is going to be very difficult, whatever that we do, but we have to start now. Otherwise, we do not know what to pass on, who to pass on. And my second point is, for me, we need culture to be resilient. That's why we need to protect the culture. I think that is the concept that we might consider. It's not culture for heritage, culture for world heritage. It's culture so that we can be resilient. And that is something that I think about after my colleague's presentation. of the disaster memory projects, you know. Yeah, thank you.
大変重要なご指摘。
Thank you very much for your important points. For those important points, what the culture or the properties are, what are the things which have to be incorporated in the communication of the recollection and memories, and who are going to be the evaluator. And as was pointed out by Dr. Saka, who is engaged in planning, not just the communities, but in the communities, what are the types of the layers of the inhabitants who can be involved in this kind of initiative? That has to be also discussed. I still have a few more minutes. Anybody from the floor who would like to take the floor, please raise your hand if you have any statement. You are here because you have the very high level of interest. That is my belief. Yes, please. I am from Osaka. I am in charge of the repairing of the wooden cultural heritage. I have been working as an expert in the past 50 years. Unlike yesterday's discussion, looks like I was able to hear the real guts feelings of all the speakers today. I was very much interested in hearing from you. Repairing philosophy, how the cultural heritages can be repaired. I'm the engineer. Because of that, for example, the Buddhism statutes, those who own them, and also the communities, unless we have the dialogues with them, we are not able to be successful or repairing our worker. That is how I feel. I was listening to the talks by the representative of Nepal. I sincerely understand that. I stayed for 3 months in Nepal for 40-some years ago. At that time, Nepal was so beautiful, and the technologies and techniques of the private sector and citizens, that is something I would like to admire, be it the patterns or the Kathmandu Valley architectures and structures. I was able to appreciate those buildings. Much more than that, the ordinary people, their township or their houses and their homes are wonderful, and how they lived was wonderful. But you were also stricken by the earthquake. And I was wondering how you were able to repair those structures and architectures. I wonder whether you have filled with enough raw materials. I wonder whether you have enough engineers or the craftsmanship, or whether we are able to repair those wonderful structures and statues with the techniques. That is the reason that I am here, to listen to your opinions to what had happened. And also the person who has come from Wakayama, you said, whether the artifacts can be kept forever and ever. The archives might not be remaining, but in the digital format, I report some of the repair works, and I attach this to the report. But CD will be disappearing because they are not usable if 10 years have passed. How are we going to keep those documentations for the future generation? That is my question also. I appreciate if somebody could respond to my question. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your valuable comments. In any region, I believe we need to listen to what you have just said. Whether those digitalized documents can be left, I don't know. I don't have such knowledge as of today. But one thing is when concrete was first utilized, we thought the concrete can stay forever and ever, but that was not the case, we found out. Anybody who would like to take the floor further from the floor? If not, I would like to adjourn the morning session. Yes, please. Hello, my name is Yokoyama. Cultural properties are outside of the scope of my expertise. Some archaeology, I'm a nutritionist, and after 1995 Hanshin Arch Great Earthquake, I'm working in the global health. I visited Nepal and conflicted areas to give the food assistance. And as a nutritionist, in Japan, there is the person responsible for the social education in the local authorities, Society for Adult Communities. So to educate the adult communities, and together there should be the training. Those kind of leaders are available in the Board of Education in the local authorities. If you can utilize those managers, in my case, that's the food, diet, culture. We hope we will be able to empower the culture, history of the communities, of course, including the tourism. Under the assistance by the next Ministry of Education, we have been providing the assistance together with the Osaka Prefecture University faculty to have the partnership to provide such education to the community people. I hope we will be able to put our hands together with the other prefectural government and central government. I believe you have given us a very important information. When I was in 2018 in the Agency of Cultural Affairs, I was also involved in those activities together with the leaders of the cultural property protection, and I made a suggestion to create such a person, but it was turned down, unfortunately. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have the nice lunch break. Let us adjourn the morning session with this. Thank you very much.
So it is a little bit past 1. We would like to resume with the afternoon session. So those of you who are participating in the panel discussion, I would like to introduce you to everyone. Our moderator is Professor Kumiko Shimotsuma, and we have we have Ms. Go Ihan, Mr. Hari Setiawan, Mr. Takahiro, Dr. Aminchi, Dr. Shakyarata, Ms. Amanda Os, and from ACCU, Mr. Morimoto, and Dr. Kozuma of the Cultural Heritage Disaster Risk Management Center, Japan. Professor Shimotsuma, please take over. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We would like to begin the panel discussion. A few housekeeping announcements before we begin. In the program, there is a little change that we would like to make. According to the program, from 1 to 2:30, we are scheduled to have the panel discussion first half, and then take a 20-minute break, and then to resume at 2:50 with the second half of the panel discussion. But Ms. Aparna Tandon of ICROM will be joining us from about 2 o'clock. So we would like to go with the first half up until 2 o'clock and then take a 20-minute break from there. And from 2:20 to 4 o'clock, we would like to go into the second half of the panel discussion. So that is a slight change in the program. We have a very competent rapporteur seated next to me. He's going to support us, and during the lunch break, the panel discussion topics have been prepared. I believe you have this in your handout. And you note the 4 points written in red. So these are the 4 items which we would like to discuss during this panel discussion. And as we do so, as we have discussed this morning, ultimately, we would like to relate things to the community and think about who should be the entity to plan, and also what is the role that the plan plays, and for what purpose do we need the plan. These are the points that we would like to discuss. So regarding the panel discussion topics here, we would like to take this up in the second half of the panel discussion after Ms. Aparna Tandon joins us at 2 o'clock. So in the first half, we would like to follow up on what we discussed this morning as to how we should look at culture and cultural properties, and also in communicating the memories of disaster, what is the significance of doing this. We would like to spend 60 minutes or so to discuss on those points first, and then go into a more detailed panel discussion in the second half. I think we have talked quite extensively in the morning session. I think significant points were mentioned, but we would like to expand on what we discussed this morning. And as we do so, I think Ms. Aparna Tandon, the paper discusses a very important point which could serve as a framework for this discussion here. In your handout, I think you have the paper, the green tab. After the green tab, there is a document, and please look at page 3 of that document. And in page 3, what it says there, I think, are all important points. But as a 5th point, it talks about new approach to cultural heritage. I hope you can find it. And it says there, the necessity of shifting away from expert-centric approaches. So the sentence that I have read, it could be a framework for our discussion as we think about what is culture, or what are cultural properties, and how should things be documented, or how should memories be kept. I did not have much time to summarize the discussion this morning, so it is okay for you to repeat what you might have said this morning as well, if needed. But from here, First of all, I would like to open the floor for general discussion without limiting to a specific item. And I would like to ask the first speaker to be a person who takes the sociological approach the most, Professor Sakyarata. Regarding this matter, I would like to have your view first, after which, whether related or unrelated to what Dr. Sakyarata said, I would like to invite the comments from others around the table, because what we are discussing here is not intended to come to any specific conclusion. We would like you to just tell us your views so that each of us could brush up our own thoughts. So please feel free to bring up anything, or any comment is acceptable. So may I first call upon Professor Sakyarata. Thank you very much. So am I to speak in relation to this number 5, new approach to cultural heritage? I think that could be a good starting point if that is possible. So mostly significance of cultural properties, is that what we are going to talk about? No? Sorry, perhaps I have complicated things. Regarding the significance, so you could start out with the significance of cultural properties then, please. Regarding the significance or meaning of cultural properties, I have already touched upon that, but in case of Nepal, especially in case of Patan in the Kathmandu Basin, it is a historical city, first of all, and there are more deities and gods there than people. And each home or house or residence would have an altar, like a Buddhist altar, and people would pray in front of the altar to start the day. That is how they start each day. So that is a culture that they cherish. So it depends on the region, but my research area happens to be a city like that. So as such, there is much affection among the people regarding cultural heritage and properties. So when I think of resilience, this is a community which sustained the history of cultural properties, and therefore the question is how to bring up the disaster risk management perspective to protect such cultural properties. And as I discussed yesterday, the question is how to bring the aspect of disaster mitigation risk management into the community's system. Since the cultural properties are a part of their daily lives, they have affection to it, and there are many craftspeople making Buddhist statues, for example, and therefore they also conduct repairs, and they also manage such as Buddhist monuments and statues themselves. And by designating them as UNESCO cultural properties, it might bring up positive elements, but there may be negative aspects as well. Perhaps I'm drifting away from disaster risk management, but regarding repair, when I participated last year as a communicator, I talked about that. But the methods of repair in terms of what Ms. Tandon talks about, not being expert-centric, I think the community remain reserved when they speak with outside experts, but when they go home, they ultimately feel that their view is not in agreement with what the experts said. So the actual local people who engaged in repair of cultural properties need to be addressed, and I would hope that the experts from outside would be able to work successfully with the local people. Thank you very much. I think lifestyle and culture seems to be quite intertwined from what you're saying. So I think the people who transmit such culture need to be protected, I guess, first of all. So Dr. An talked about bringing in more people, more young people. And when you look at the background of this comment, I think culture may not be transmitted so easily to the younger generation nowadays. That was what I assume. So, Dr. Ang, would you care to comment on that aspect?
Thank you. Am I allowed to also continue what she said and also answer these questions? I think from my experience in the field itself, heritage is also always dominated by so-called expert that is registered by their academic background. It's almost the same thing that we've been talking about, registered heritage or non-registered heritage. There is, in fact, a lot of craftsmen or knowledgeable, people who do wood and at the lowest end of the field, but they are actually the master. Their qualification based on experience is always not recognized by those who have academic, professional qualification. So this is the issue that we try to bridge. And so one of the things that we come out with our own initiative is coming out with an awards for normal people. I don't care if you have a bachelor degree in architecture or engineering, but we appreciate of what are the works that you've been doing, and have you tried to share this knowledge with the younger generations? Because also on the field, there's a lot of craftsmen, the expert by experience, they don't want to share their secret to too many people. But that is unhealthy, in particular, if we do not document or understand the knowledge that is an important part of method to heritage or the process of heritage. It will just disappear when that person die. And so I think the one is recognize who are the heritage holder or any terms that we can use, and how do we identify and recognize it? How and who do we pass it on? How is quite easy. We can always, if there's any training, any funding opportunities, we set our conditions. Like you have to come out with one person younger than 35 years old, something like that. But who are we looking at is something that I would like to suggest us to think out of the box. Because there's one time that I speak with 14 years old, a group of 14 years old students, and none of them wanted to be a heritage professionals when they grew up. I said, it's okay. You can be a mother who appreciate heritage. You can be a fireman who appreciate heritage. You can be a teacher who appreciate heritage. That is the scope that we should go to. It's not the niche field that we've been trying, but general public, because then we can go further and easier and more effective. Because any one of these people, we go back to the first thing, they might know or they are the people with experience and qualification on some kind of heritage. So I hope I did not confuse too many people. Thank you.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much. So basically, she referred to some generational matters. And one more point, I'd like to turn to Ms. Amanda Oss for your opinions and views. At this stage, I'd like to ask her for her opinion because of the following reason. Perhaps in New Zealand, there are Aborigines, indigenous people, who are, of course, have a different tradition, different historical background from a majority of the New Zealand population today. So basically, indigenous people and non-indigenous people in New Zealand, roughly speaking, two groups of people live together, and that's a very important thing for New Zealand. That's how I understand. So including that point, I'd like to turn to Ms. Amanda Oss for your opinions, please.
Thank you. Yes, that's correct. So we live in a bicultural society in New Zealand with Maori and European cultures together. We have two national languages. The Maori language is considered cultural heritage. That's very important. As well, along with traditional structures and behaviours. So it's very important to us. We have a Treaty of Waitangi, which is a founding document of New Zealand, and that directs us to work in partnership with Māori, the Indigenous people of New Zealand. The Christchurch Heritage Strategy, I think, was somewhat of a groundbreaking document in New Zealand for heritage, where we worked in partnership with iwi, the local tribe, to develop a statement of what Christchurch heritage is. And it's unfortunate that we didn't have this. I have the document here. It's unfortunate we didn't have this before the earthquakes. That would have, I mean, I advocate for other centres in New Zealand to do such a document or wider, because it has been a powerful document. In the course of developing it, we built partnership, we built the relationship with local Māori. We also worked in collaboration with the community, and that of course is a strength that we're talking about for resilience. Before the earthquakes, we did have a focus on the heritage expert view of what our heritage was. We had a strong focus on tangible heritage and heritage fabric, and trying to keep as much heritage fabric as possible. What the earthquakes did was it changed our environment, it changed our perspective. And of course, you know, there's good and bad in that. What was good is it's given the local Indigenous heritage a chance to rise up and be more visible. It's given us a chance to understand the intangible values are just as important, if not more important, than the tangible, and the way that those are interlinked. When we talked about Christchurch heritage and identity before the earthquakes, it was very much European heritage identity, very English concept. So that's totally changed for the better. It's more inclusive of all cultures. It's very welcoming, and I think it's stronger because of that, because of the broad understanding of all our cultures in Christchurch and the wide range of heritage places that we have. And I just note that in the aftermath of the earthquakes, the expert heritage voice wasn't, it wasn't really listened to strongly. I think if we had the community voice of what is heritage and why they value it, if we had that at the time of the earthquakes, that would be a stronger voice that would have been listened to, and perhaps we could have saved more heritage as a result.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much. So through an experience of an earthquake, you have come to widen the perspectives over what heritage is. And I think that's a very important point for this matter we are now discussing. Now I'd like to turn to Mr. Hari Setiawan from Indonesia for your views. Borobudur, Indonesia is a multi-ethnic nation, but the conservation of Borobudur is an area where all people work together. At least that is the direction your nation is moving toward. So cultures and cultural heritage, their implications and their significance. And even though there are various threats to such a cultural heritage in the past, would you make a comment on the importance of keeping such a memory and keeping such a heritage?
Thank you, Professor. Since Borobudur is a World Cultural Heritage, it has also the criterions, especially criterion number 6, which is the attribute is the ability to integrate old and new cultural element and multicultural or inclusive trait. This is very important statement to us because as we are the multi-ethnic country and also different variety of tribe, which in especially in Java, it is more like the kind of asset, we call it tangible cultural heritage, which is our asset to develop our culture also. So tradition in the tribe, the tradition in the tribe in the Borobudur and the local tradition is also considered to be intangible heritage, which can be developed to improving the preservation and conservation of the Borobudur World Heritage Site. This is very important since not only tribe, not only ethnic in Java, but it's also multi-religion in Java itself. I'm a Muslim. Maybe the majority of the people, especially in the Borobudur Cultural Heritage area, is Muslim. But if you see that in the field, in the site of Borobudur, they are working together. This is called, we call it the tolerance between religions, between ethnic tribe. And this kind of tolerance is been told, is been stated, is been depicted in the relief of Borobudur since 8th century. That's why this is in our head, in our maybe Javanese people, we have tolerance since 8th century. That's why if there is a disaster, especially for this case is in the 2010 and 2014. In this mind is this is my heritage. This is Borobudur. This is my Borobudur. I am a Muslim, but our brother in Christian, they say this is our Borobudur too. The Buddhism also, almost majority, and the Buddhists. We have the Ministry of Religion in Indonesia. We call it the Directorate of Buddhism in the Ministry of Religion in Indonesia. They support funding at that time. This is not only funding, but also the staff to cleaning the Borobudur temple. That's why Borobudur to all of the Javanese people, especially in Java, this is our Borobudur. There is a philosophy. We have the same philosophy for Borobudur itself. That's why Since I know Borobudur since my elementary school, I don't know Borobudur yet. What is Borobudur? What is Buddhism? And like that. But my father take me to the Borobudur every years. I don't know what is the purpose. But in mind, we have in our mind in Borobudur that this is our heritage. That's why Dr. Ang say that there is the matter of conservation, preserving Borobudur from this generation to other generation. And this is very important because the next generation will be more challenging because the development of the surrounding Borobudur and infrastructure. This is interesting also from Borobudur that the traditional activity it is more like kind of agent of improvement in preservation because the intangible culture is now in relation with the preservation of Borobudur. It means the surrounding area Borobudur, which is the buffer zone, 8,120 acres, are the preservation area. We preserve not only the monument but also the tradition surrounding the Borobudur, the agricultural tradition. Maybe it's didn't similar with the Japan now. The Borobudur people now still remains the agronomical society. So they are planting the rice and planting another plant for the subsistence, and then they catch fish in the river. This is our asset. This is intangible asset for the preservation of the cultural landscape of Borobudur. That's why also we have some research about the intangible culture, just like the agronomical practices surrounding Borobudur, like developing the traditional conservation method. Yeah, we are not using the chemical substance again to cleaning the moss, to cleaning the algae, fungus in the Borobudur. We are use the traditional, we call it in Indonesia essential oil from the plant, which is we researching the kind of lemongrass. Yeah, we extracting and use this chemical substance. We use this lemongrass extract to conserve to the surface of the Borobudur temple stone, and the result is very good. So we are not using, and the people we told to the people that you must also plant this lemongrass because it is in correlation. Also, we can use your lemongrass and extracting our lab and making the essential oil for conservation. That's why the cultural property in this scope in Borobudur is the tangible, which is Borobudur temple and another temple, and also the intangible, which is traditional practices. Thank you, Professor.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much. Tolerance by the people in the community which has contributed to creation of the cultural heritage, and cultural heritage also existence can develop the tolerance of the people. Looks like there is a very good circulation. In order to protect such good circulation, not to do overactively and try to keep the current practices are very important. Thank you very much for your comment. Next, from China, Ms. Guang Yihan, would you like to share your views? At the request my question, I am very much appreciative to responding to my question. Ms. Guang Yihan, because this is the international settlement in the cultural heritage. There is the foreign culture which is completely different in the local community. Looks like there is a very mixture of the international settlement. I wonder whether you could also add those features of the cultural heritage in your site, or in your comment. Thank you.
As for the case in Kulangsu, we was always thinking about where the OUV outstanding universal values changed. I mean, the OUV was recognized and identified by us, this generation. And in this international settlement, we regard the cultural significance is based on its, the process to embracing all the cultures coming in. So for us, it's we identify the OUV right now, and maybe the new generation and all the tourists come and all the new community people coming in. The island is also facing the problem of aging and the original peoples coming out for better living standard. So maybe the OUV will be changed after 50 years by different understanding of the world. I mean, for the people, any people was looking into this island. So as far as not just the typhoon disaster, but all the threats the island would be faced with could be a challenge, but also an opportunity to helping people to that the climate factor also be the part of the heritage values. I mean, when I look back into the 4 times of the typhoon in the history, we found that the island, the landscape, or the coastline of the island was changed because of the typhoon in previous times. And also, when the Western people coming to earlier, the early 19th centuries, they likely to build their buildings on the top of the hills, which at the same time the traditional buildings was building the bottom of the hills and facing the river. And we found that after a typhoon disaster, the Western people was changing their locations to understand the philosophy of the local people, why they choose why they settled their housing right over there. So that's at the very beginning, the Western settlement was totally separated with the local one. But with the time passed by, and especially the typhoon disaster, the line was just a blur. It's not that clear. This is how the diverse culture was being, to integrated here to form this alternative the OUV here, which we recognize now. So we were trying to consider what if the future, the new community was coming in. What would this island be proud of them? I mean, I actually spent almost this is the 9th year, but for some reason I lived there. But I really lived in the island for several years, and I was very proud to say that I'm the new Gulangsu people. So that's I think that's the charming of this heritage site. And for I would like to share the experience of the COVID, the island facing the COVID-19. The island was most of the residents was now running their historic buildings as the home inn as some hotels in the island, and that's the way. The governments don't have enough money to repair those historic buildings. The people on the island themselves to have the money enough to repair their historical buildings. But during the COVID-19, the tourists was less, and even maybe more than half of the times there was no tourists coming in. So the householders was trying to figure out what they should do to deal with this disaster. So they tried to renovate their historical buildings to try better way to have high quality instead of before that, because so many tourists come in, everyone wants to run a hotel for the income, and so the quality of those buildings was just maybe it's not that good. So the quality of we were so surprised that after the COVID-19, the island was reopened, and we saw so many historical buildings with high qualities was appeared. That's because of the community. What they do is that they try to save themselves. And also what I want to say is, I think to raise the disaster resilience of the island was also the important thing is the cooperation of the community and the government, and the essential ways to believe in each other. Because that's the way that during the COVID-19, that when the community was asking for help, for the government help, the government just maybe a one-day response. They have so much policies, new policies to helping those the community to invite like the shaman, the local people, which is they are okay to they're fine to come into the island to have. So it's I mean not just the typhoon, but also other threats for the island may also cause some changes, not just to build the connection between community and the government, but also maybe changing our understanding of this the island, the value of the island. It's we can say that the renovation of the historic buildings was just our view to see, yeah, it's high quality. What about the next? Maybe it's changed. It's not. It's unchangeable forever. But when we look into the living heritage, it's very important to think this is the part of the heritage goes to grow with the community, to develop with the contemporary community. Thank you.
ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. Cultural importance lies in the process. I think this is the very important critical point from which we will be able to delve into the deep discussion. So generation by generation, they dwell upon what they need to do, and in the milestone of the changing from one stage to the other, what are the things which have to be created should be taken into consideration. And Mr. To, I would like to turn into you. I would like to intervene before that, meaning in Japan, why there is a very strict preservation and conservation policy implemented for the cultural heritages. Because I'm specialized in architecture, maybe in the area of architecture in Japan. Before the cultural heritage the preservation was initiated, there was a big issue. Before the modern period, there was no history of architecture. After we go into the contemporary period, Mr. Josai Kondo, a foreign expert, came to Tokyo University to teach architecture. At that time, looking at how the architecture should be from the Western perspectives, to try to search and research from the scientific perspective. So comparable to that, there was no such traditional knowledge in Japan to look at the architecture. For each architectural building, they have made some repairs and reconstruction and tried to document them and how they have developed the architectures from generation to generation. It is necessary for us to scientifically elucidate the origin of the architecture, because the history of architecture lies with the history of the conservation and preservation of cultural heritages. But nowadays, we are witnessing some fruits out of those researches. And also, in the modern period, for the cultural heritages to be preserved, as long as we have the drawings and some information available, we will be able to have the good grips on what has to be done in the repair process. So before the modern period and after the modern period, I'm wondering whether there are a same philosophy or the processes attached to the architecture and repair and reconstruction. That is how I feel. So cultural heritage, why do we need to preserve? That is the question. For the next generation, what are the things we need to transmit and communicate? I believe this is a key idea. Of course, including the use of the personal documents, including the ones before the modern period. I'm wondering whether you are going to shed the lights on the cultural heritage value, as well as how you would be able to transmit the memories of the heritages. I believe it's a very difficult question. So when you ask what the culture is, as I said, this is too hard for me to quickly respond to your question. But what is the purpose of transmitting and handing down the memories of disasters? In what way, what can we call that we have successfully handed down the memories of disasters? Communities are the ones who can teach me in their practice. For example, in the booklet I have distributed to you, page 4 and 5 in my booklet, Wakayama Prefecture, Shirahama Town, Asuka Shrine, there is the warning billboard or the newsletter which is available. This board, after the quake of Hawaii, this board was created to give the warning to the community. And there were some languages. At the time of the village festivals, those board and the wording were read to the inhabitants to discuss the destination of evacuation. They were all forgotten, but in 1962, this was rediscovered. And once again, in the village festivals, there is a restoration of to read them and to read them for the young people, and they are effectively utilized in the village festival. Why use in the village festivals? So the shrine which put this festival into practice is utilized as the evacuation site or shelter, because the shrines and temples are less vulnerable to the disasters. They have been utilized as the important shelters for evacuation purpose at the time of disasters. And it is also important for the community to put the festivals into practice by connecting them. They build up the culture of the disaster. This is how I feel. I think we will be able to learn a lot of things from them.
This festival is quite a famous festival, and in the Disaster Memories project, it has been noted that there were many similar examples. So in this booklet targeting senior high school students on page 10, at the bottom on page 14, there is a reference to a stone monument, and this is also a tsunami monument. So at the same place, there is a shrine which is also serving as an evacuation shelter, which has been used as such in the past as well. And if there is a tsunami, the festival makes it clear to the villagers that once they anticipate tsunami coming, they should go up higher to escape from tsunami. This monument, I think, is being designated by the Susami town as a reminder for the residents to rely on when they face possible disasters and tsunami in the future. So I think digging up such monuments is probably one of the work that I should be undertaking. Thank you very much. I think among all the different information that saves people's lives, it is a pity if many of these things are being lost. So I think we have heard from around the table and from all the panelists. And I think each of you have given us comments from different perspectives, because there are differences in the environment that you work in. There may be differences as well as commonalities, of course. But I would like to ask a comment from Mr. Kodani. Regarding forgetfulness, I think you have been engaging in addressing that aspect. What do you think? I think we have heard many different things here, but I was thinking that I focus on intangible heritage myself, and UNESCO in Convention on Intangible Heritage in 2003, when there were certain words we should not use in the list. Authenticity is something that we should not be using or have not changed from the past. In other words, culture is expected to change. It must change with time. So the 2003 convention, it's already 20 years ago, I think has become closer to the World Heritage. And so I think this is related to what we have heard from Indonesia today. In other words, we need to accept change. And the question is how to transmit tangible assets and heritage to the coming generations, anticipating change and expecting change taking place at the same time. That change, as Dr. Ang mentioned, is also related to the younger generation as well. At the Great East Japan earthquake, a New Year Shishimai Festival, Lion Dance Festival, at a village or a town of 500 inhabitants and 311 people died. And so I asked, what were you going to do with the festival? And the rule of the committee was that when a family member dies, they are not able to attend the festival. And in this case, there was no one able to attend that festival because all families had victims. So they talked sadly in June 2011 about this. But in July, a person came back to me saying that they're going to have the festival after all because the young people wanted the Lion Dancer Festival. And the teens and the people in the 20s pushed the older people to nevertheless have that festival. So all the 500 households had been ruined by tsunami. They had to evacuate elsewhere. In those days, the mobile phones were not that functional, and therefore, having a New Year festival on January 3rd, the question was how to communicate about that. And so they used social network services, the radio, and other means of communication. And everyone came back, and after all, they exchanged their mobile phone numbers when they came together. So they were dispersed for the time being, but they came back because of the festival, and they were reconnected because of that. And this place, of course, was not inhabitable, but people who were dispersed to other places would come back for the Lion Dance Festival. So, of course, the event and festival characteristics were totally different from what used to take place before the tsunami. But the dance reconnected these people, although the characteristics of the festival itself changed after the disaster. And so it is a renewed version of the tradition that is inherited to the younger generation. And so having listened to such comments, that was something that I was recalling as I listened to you. Thank you very much for that comment. Probably, I think you have more or less summarized what we have been hearing around the table. We talk about culture and cultural heritage and properties, and when we do so, it is accepted that there is bound to be change. And accepting that change, the question is how to inherit the culture and the cultural heritage or properties. And so the question is, who is the true assessor of cultural heritage? Who makes the plans? These are the kind of things that needs to be talked about individually. We talked about living heritage, but accepting change, of course, it was said in the past, but when we put that into practice, what is the concrete steps that needs to be taken? We didn't go that far in thinking about what needs to be done. So disaster is something that makes it inescapable for us to think about this. So in the past 60 minutes or so, we have been discussing based on the case reports, and I think we need to think about the background of each case that has been reported. Of course, we may not be able to fully digest what has been said around the table, but as we heard from everyone, if there is anyone who wishes to speak up at this time point based on what we have heard, please do so. I think we are discussing something that is very difficult to digest. It may be difficult, but when you try to put it in your own words, perhaps you are able to sort out your own thoughts in your head as well. So, anyone? Regarding authenticity, I have a view, especially after the Nepali earthquake and the temples and the cultural heritage that were repaired. That was an issue that was taken up because documentation was done properly for the World Heritage Site areas, but for areas other than that, there was hardly any documentation. And therefore, the question is what can be truly done when we try to repair things. And after repair takes place, the community impression might say that, well, it's so different from what we used to have. So for the local residents, temples and other cultural heritage is not a cultural property. It's just a part of their life. So they didn't really reject anything so strongly as such. So they accepted it as is. But from an expert point of view, I feel that there's something strange about it. But when you try to be stringent on authenticity, the question is whose perspective you take. I am confused myself about the degree of severity that I should apply. And also, due to the earthquake, the pagoda-type temple, the Durbar Square, the building itself has been lost, and the goddess Shiva was remaining there. And from the expert standpoint, much has been lost. But for the residents, they pray to the goddess or the god, to the deity. That is the most important thing. And therefore, the value they cherish seems to be totally different from what the experts consider as being important. So that discrepancy, I think, needs to be understood. And from that standpoint, when we think about authenticity, I think that topic needs to be discussed more in depth. There was a lot of international assistance for the repair of cultural heritage after the earthquake, and the experts would be so intent on trying to do what is best for them. But for Nepal, they were not able to come up with their own assertion as to what needs to be done. So they listened to the experts more or less. So living heritage, of course, is important for Nepal as well. For Nepal, it used to be the case that the same temple, we used to be thatched roof. Then in 50 years, who become richer, perhaps they would instead try to use roof tiles. And if they have more money, they would use some other material. But when they become more richer, they might try to use metal. And when that is no longer a cultural heritage, so when that is what exists today, when you try to repair something, how far do you go back in the past to repair something? Do you go to the very first generation of that building, for example? Thank you very much. It is 2 o'clock, but perhaps we could extend the time by 10 minutes or so for the first half of the panel discussion. And I would like to ask Mr. Morimoto and Dr. Kozuma, who have not yet spoken, to make comments. It is not that I have some specific opinion about this discussion, but as we have been discussing authenticity, the question is what stage of cultural property or cultural heritage needs to be addressed is a question. The experts would like to bring things back to the original. The community residents may wish to renew with new technology rather than going back to the original when they repair things. So when you try to reinstate the cultural heritage, I think there needs to be a clear understanding of where to go back to. And but of course, the experts would have to document what was the original state of that cultural heritage, so that people are able to think about what needs to be done. Without that documentation of what used to be the original state, I think there is no effective discussion about what to do.
Well, I have listened to all the discussion attentively, and every time I was tempted to intervene with some of my comments. And there are some things which make me feel very strong about. First, Professor Shimotsuma mentioned, why do we have such a stringent and rigorous preservation regulations on cultural heritage? And it goes back to the 13th century for tangible cultural heritage. When it comes to cultural properties, that was introduced in 1920 when the cultural properties protection law was made. Before that, we didn't use the term such as cultural properties in Japan. After the Meiji Restoration in 1869, the temples and shrines were separated. Temples, Buddhist temples, went quite very much devastated, and the Buddhist statues were lost to other countries. And in Edo era, we received a lot of foreign visitors on our islands. And back in those days, some of the Buddhist statues were not recognized as important cultural properties by Japanese people, but for foreigners, they looked like a very important works of art. And as a result, many of such cultural properties we know today were lost to other countries, or Buddhist statues were destroyed in Japan by some people. And to protect further damages, the cultural properties protection law was put in place. The same goes for archaeological sites. When there is a big trend and anything which has been considered important and valued by people, and when they come to notice that they are being lost, people feel an urge that they have to preserve them, they have to protect them against such a possible loss. And in this manner, a Japanese framework for protecting cultural properties has begun and has continued. And in relation to the discussion today, in the local community, when something considered very important is being lost in the local community, there appears a very strong move to protect them against the loss. Then what is the relationship between the local community and the cultural properties? Local community itself is the entire body of cultural heritage, and cultural properties are the specific embodiment of what the local community is all about. So the loss of cultural properties is like the loss of part of the local community itself, and they want to protect that. As I mentioned earlier, cultural heritage does work to protect the whole local community, and that is why cultural heritage, I believe, needs to be preserved and protected against possible loss due to a disaster. And as was mentioned by Mr. Kodera, disasters, when it comes to cultural heritage or traditional festivals, a disaster has a possibility to make a dramatic impact, change upon cultural properties and festivals, for instance. It is an instantaneous impact. When we discussed authenticity, we often discussed it in the framework of rebuilding or restoring built cultural heritage, such as a building, especially when a property is designated as a cultural property. If there is damage to this, we feel that they have to be repaired. And when there is any documentation and there is a value demonstrated for them, we say that we have to repair them while keeping its authenticity. But when a building is given a major damage in a disaster, and when it is not designated cultural property, and when there is no documentation kept for it, the important point is what the local community think about the restoration of such damaged cultural property. Is it going to be restored as a cultural property, or is it going to be restored and repaired as something very valuable for the community? As has been mentioned repeatedly, traditional knowledge, traditional methods vis-a-vis new technology, these two need to be balanced against each other. And I think this is very much an important point in relation to the restoration of a cultural property. With the new technologies, you might have a wonderful temple with a great elevator for visitors to use. That's one idea. But as a local community there, is it incompatible? Isn't it incompatible with what they valued as a traditional building? And that balance needs to be kept, and especially for undesignated cultural property in the process of rebuilding after disaster, how is it going to be rebuilt? The important thing is that we shouldn't end up having a completely different one after a repair, and that would be a loss of cultural property for the local community. So a disaster can bring about such a major transformative impact upon a culture. Sometimes it could be a total loss or total change of how it appears or its value, and that when that happens, that may not bring back the unity of people, cohesion of the local communities. And that is, I think, an important aspect we need to consider when it comes to cultural heritage or cultural properties. Thank you very much. So at this stage, we would like to conclude the first half of the panel discussion this afternoon. Ms. Pauna Tandon is already joining us online. So, in a way to convey to her what we have been discussing, I'd like to make some summary of what we discussed. But before that, with respect to authenticity, without being too philosophical, please allow me to share with you some information I have. Authenticity as a concept started with the Nara conference, and Japan made a certain contribution to the concept of authenticity. And next year marks the 30th anniversary from the enactment of Nara documents, and also for Venice Charter, it's going to celebrate the 60th anniversary next year. A lot of preparations are underway to observe those important milestones. And the concept of authenticity, how to understand it, also has changed over the years. Authenticity is a evolving, a living concept which is susceptible to change, subject to change. And from a cultural property point of view, we need to construct a positive, constructive concept of authenticity, and how society considers cultural properties, and we need to monitor how those ideas and thoughts are changing. And I think we all need to bear in mind such possible changes in the concept of authenticity. In the second half of our panel discussion this afternoon, to protect the people's lives who have been keeping cultural properties, from that point of view, what we should do, we would like to expand our discussion to some practical aspect of disaster risk mitigation for cultural heritage. And on page 3 of Mr. Tanzan's paper, a new culture for a new cultural heritage, for various cultural heritage in each community. We have heard a lot of discussion from the participants. Maori and the European cultures coexist. That has been tried and achieved. And in that sense, in the process of rebuilding, to find an alignment of different sets of values gives our very important idea or direction for moving forward. On the other hand, in Nepal, the whole community has one shared culture. How the religions are followed by people is part of the culture. In certain cases, views from foreign people sometimes confuses the situation. And also in relation to Borobudur, it's a multi-ethnic nation, and the spirit of tolerance and the generation of the spirit of tolerance has been facilitated by the presence of a cultural heritage. And criteria number 6 has been playing a very important role beyond the conservation of the cultural heritage, the Borobudur. And well, I am gradually losing my memory of the discussion, but in relation to China, settlements, international settlement, in that particular year, many aspects and elements arrived at the island, and people living in each era or period so far has formed a body of culture. In that historical experience, the importance of culture lies within the process. And in such a process, recognizing the role of each generation with the sense of responsibility, improvements are to be made. And that is the way to hand down a valuable cultural heritage and properties to the next generation. And Mr. To from Japan, I have lost where I am. One second, I need to find my notes. Yes, from Mr. To of Japan. Well, my notes are scattered around here.
Comment on that.
Maybe I can summarize it very. If that's okay for you.
I would like to request a rectification on the notes of what I said.
Okay.
Heritage is dominated by experts according to academics qualifications. Craftsman, masterworks, that is expertise by experience, is not recognized. That is what I said. Thank you.
Okay, experience.
And it's not recognized. So by the academic is deleted. Yeah.
So
Thank you very much.
So I think the main idea was that what is the purpose of keeping the memories of the disasters, and basically what can the communities teach us, about the disasters. And so Mr. To was also talking about like why the communities tend to put up the boards and some statues and some like signature or signs as reminders of the past disasters and what kind of information they include, and also that temples and shrines are considered as to be part of the safe space during the natural disasters and used as evacuation shelters. And he was also bringing the example of the tsunami disaster memorial. I'm not sure which part of the Japan, I think in the northern part of Japan, and that people are taking there, and like the information on giving on the signature boards stand as the reminders of the past disasters. So basically, communicating this information about disasters is the reason why we need to pass down these memories and the information about the past disasters. If that summarizes.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. Exactly. Yes.
いうふうに思うんですけれど。
I agree. Lastly, as one of the experiences, there have to be the changes from time to time, and we need to challenge to make a change. And Kotani-san has commented on this, Professor commented on this. Now this concludes the first part of the panel discussion. Ms. Aparna is with us. It is 2:20 now. We are going to resume the session with the panel discussion part 2 at 2:40. As for the panel discussion in the second half, we are going to discuss the resilience building and enhancement vis-a-vis the disasters, as well as what are the causes which are impairing the resilience building and how we're going to respond to this. Those have to be discussed. And we need to focus on the importance and responsibility of the communities, the significance of the plans, who is responsible for creating a plan and for what they are going to create the plan. Those are something we would like to dwell upon in the coming discussion. I wonder whether this has been already shared with Ms. Aparna. In the first half, we would like to ask Ms. Aparna to make the first comments. This concludes the first part of the panel discussion. Thank you very much.
それでは、
Now then, let's start the second half of the panel discussion. From now on, we are going to invite 2 more participants in the panel discussion. Allow me to introduce to you Ms. Aparna Tandon. Hello. And Mr. Hiromi Ikawa.
Wait a minute, please. はい、それでは文化庁より井川博。
Mr. Hirofumi Ikawa from the Agency of Cultural Affairs. We are going to start the panel discussion. Professor Shimotsuma, you have the floor.
Go. Hi, hello. Do you hear me? Aparna?
Yes, I do hear you.
Okay. So thank you very much for joining us. And at the very first time, I would like to ask your question to Aparna's presentation. まず最初にですね、
First of all, we listen to the presentation by Ms. Aparna Tandon. The floor is open for the questions or the comments. Are there any questions or the comments from anybody to the presentation made by Ms. Tandon, please? Any questions? Let's start our panel discussion then.
Did you hear the summarize of the first part session?
Yes, I did. Yes, I
Okay.
did. So would you like me to start?
Yes.
Commenting?
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you very much. Yes, please.
Thank you so much. And it's wonderful to see Mr. Hirofumi here. He's been our colleague at ICROM, so very happy to see you, Hirofumi, here.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so happy to see you, and I'm so sorry I'm not able to visit in person because I'm suffering a terrible cold. And I will try to speak without coughing too much. So I was listening very carefully to the previous session, and there were very valuable thoughts coming from the esteemed panel of experts who were gathered in this first panel, and taking the story a little bit from that panel about authenticity, I would like to shift the discussion a little bit to understanding that authenticity as a concept does not stand in the face of climate change. Why I'm saying that? Because the nature of the risks that we are confronted with is changing. I tried to highlight in my presentation that the reports, the IPCC reports or the Global Assessment Report on Disaster Risk Reduction is telling us that climate change is influencing the patterns of extreme weather events and sometimes causing compound events. Now in Asia, temperatures are rising 2 degrees faster than rest of the world. That means the water cycle in Asia will be affected. And that means countries such as Indonesia, Philippines, even Japan, even coastal settlements in all of the Asia Pacific region are at great risk of increased flooding, increased warm drought cycles, and sometimes these things coming together like they came in Hawaii, where there was a prevalence of very hot temperatures. And after that, there was Hurricane Dora, and together they came together, and the wildfire engulfed everything. It killed the communities. It caused massive damage to heritage. So the extreme or rare risk that we used to think in classic disaster risk management, like is rare and extreme, and it will happen once in every 100 years. Now the likelihood is that it's going to happen once, depending on where we are. It may happen within a cycle of 2.5 to 5 years. That is sobering thought. That is a very different discussion we should be having. We are not sitting here and talking about whether we engage communities or not. We need now hyper-local weather data. We do not have, I tried to highlight through my presentation that we tried to work in Kasese in Uganda, in a country where you do not have a lot of documentation about heritage. You do not have baseline information about weather data. And you have to then rely on communities' lived experiences of climate extremes to make a prediction with existing climate models on what can happen in this place in coming 5, 10, 20. And now we have to even think in 40 years what this place would look like. There might be damage and loss. And it is not to scare or anything, but just to think we have a heritage site. It is on the coast, but the coast, the sea level is rising. And every time there is some erosion, so this is a gradual concern, but then we are losing land and the site may not be the same. So how do we prepare communities as well as ourselves for this kind of loss and damage where we may have to abandon the site? So where is authenticity there? What is authentic there? It's people's memory, or the experience that was there before, or is it after inundation or after being submerged in a place? What is authentic? What I asked that question. So I think what we need is a new mental model for cultural heritage, where we first try to definitely move away from a very expert, centric, value-based discourse, which is centered on expert values or values defined by experts. We need to move to something which is really looking at cultural heritage as a socio-economic process and socio-cultural process, and in which monuments or buildings, collections are tools of that process. We also need to understand how this process will help us to face the risk of cyclic disasters, even cyclic conflicts, because climate change is also leading to food insecurity. Extended drought periods within Asia Pacific region are going to create a problem of migration, a problem of food insecurity. So we need to also think about that, how heritage can contribute to food security, how heritage, where it is it a building or is it more than a building? So again, this idea that heritage is something separate from nature has to go away. The divide between nature and culture has to be minimized. Culture and heritage have to be linked to environmental sustainability. And we have to understand that climate change work and disaster risk reduction work within the heritage field cannot be siloed. We cannot say that the people who are working on climate change adaptation are separate and people who are working on disaster risk reduction for heritage are separate. The work has to come together, because the biggest impacts that we are going to feel in a warmer world are increased frequency of disasters. And for that, we need to emphasize participation of the communities. As I said, we need citizen science. Now we need to work with people in understanding how risks are changing, how they are perceiving the change, and then understand how those changes are affecting cultural heritage. So it's a very different approach. It's an approach not starting from cultural heritage, but starting from place where cultural heritage is located and looking at place-specific knowledge and tapping into the knowledge of those people whose heritage we have ignored, like the fishing communities, the farmers, because these are the people who live closely still on the land, they depend on the land, their livelihoods are tied to the natural resources, and they are the generation I am talking about, the one that has knowledge is in its 70s or 80s. These people are passing away. We have been working since 2.5 years, like more than 2.5 years, on two projects at ECROM. One was Climate Culture Peace and Net Zero Heritage for Climate Action. And in every place, we tried to understand how local knowledge can help us develop better early warning systems for cultural heritage and people, how local knowledge can help us understand how bioclimatic hazards and their nature is shifting. Like if we were having flooding before, how flooding is changing now. Because in weather data, you get information like you are going to get a rainfall of 250 millimeters. What does 250 millimeter mean for the people on the ground? Does it mean knee-high water, ankle-high water? And what does ankle-high or knee-high water feel? Because there are communities that live with constant flooding. And that knowledge then can be used to understand how, let's say, collections in a museum or how a heritage site will be impacted by, constant flooding. And then what will be the loss and damage in that case? So the conversation has to shift. We cannot stay in conventions or frameworks that put heritage and fix heritage in time and place, because the time and place are shifting. we don't have time and we don't have the same place as we had it. So with that, I rest my case and I let everyone else speak. Thank you.
はい、アパルナさん。
Thank you very much, Aparna-san. Ms. Aparna-san, thank you very much. Listening to what has been commented by Ms. Tandon, are there any other comments from the floor? If not, may I use my prerogative as the moderator to ask you a question, Ms. Tandon? Probably we have been discussing since yesterday. Probably the points of the discussions are overlapping with what you have just mentioned in many ways. In such circumstances, if we are going to take the lead, so many people have to be agreeing to our initiative in order to mobilize the people. And to this end, we need to share the idea of culture, how we think about culture, so that we will be able to mobilize the people and the inhabitants. And another point we discussed is authenticity. International organization discuss what the authenticity is all about, and I would like to continue to ask the meaning of authenticity. Whenever we talk about the authenticity, we try not to make comments based on our own ideas. We listen to the idea, how they think about, for example, UNESCO operating guideline, how the authenticity is defined there, so that we will be able to align our idea with what has been advocated by the international organization, because this is the responsibility vested by the central government for the international community. And because the budget is allocated for the various initiatives, we need to collaborate amongst the stakeholders. And even if we have the different opinions, region to region, we need to listen to the idea of authenticity advocated by the international organization. Now, authenticity. There are local grassroots activities. How do you think about the authenticity should be acted upon? Do you think we need to appeal how we feel about authenticity to the international organization, so that the authenticity should be discussed further? Because I see some changes in the philosophy of authenticity. There may be some need for us to appeal such a point as well. Now, in addition to this discussion,
Scholars and also have been working at ECROM. I would like to recall work of Herb Stovall in the case of, so for authenticity. And what I think as a quality, as something that you have defined as a quality, authenticity as a quality, that cannot be defined in isolation. So most of the sites, when they were inscribed on World Heritage List in 70s and 80s, they need to revisit, because as we have been saying, that our world is going through dynamic changes. The places where we have inscribed sites are also experiencing these changes, some very gradual with climatic changes, but some very fast. And especially coastal settlements and coastal cities, also museums, archives, libraries that are situated on coasts or by river bodies, water bodies, because climate change is essentially affecting the water cycle. So these sites are threatened, endangered, and also in sites that are placed in arid and semi-arid areas. So all I'm trying to say is that in proactive risk management, if we are talking today in the symposium about prevention, then we have to understand the values from the perspective of the whole community and a very local level of stakeholders, governments, local governments, they cannot be ruled out, local communities who are experiencing those changes, and then asking them, okay, now what do you think is the value here, and what do we keep, and what is it that we are trying to preserve? Because if we stick to the 1970 or 1980 description of authenticity, when a site has been inscribed on that, or the quality or the attributes through which we are saying that this is what is authentic in this site, we are fighting a senseless battle with time and with the tide of nature. This is something we have to confront ourselves with. I don't see, I mean, how do we ask countries like small island states, development states that are in the Pacific Rim, that are facing imminent threat of, going with the sea level rising, them being submerged, what will they save? What is their risk management going to look like? What are they preventing today? We have to ask these questions. And what is it that they are saving? Perhaps they are saving their ways of life. They have to document that. They have to, maybe think of like Tuvalu, a digital country. But then what will be the risk management there? So this is what the question I'm asking. I'm asking all the experts gathered here, that we have been talking about 2015 Nepal earthquake. We have been talking about how in an earthquake communities then come back together. But what we are not understanding is that the kind of disasters we have spoken about are going to happen more frequently, and we are going to lose heritage or other things at a larger scale if we do not have good preventive measures in place. Now we need a combination of strategies, which is prevention, forecasting, preparedness. Also, we need communities more active and proactive engagement, because we cannot conceive without local communities an answer to the challenge we are facing. And that is why the shift in cultural heritage sector, we used to make site-specific plans. We used to make DRM plans for one site. Now we need to make plans for the city, and in that city plan, we need that DRM plan for that site. It cannot be thought of in silos. That's the crux of my argument. And we cannot talk about problems in Tuvalu and situations in Tuvalu guided by international, frameworks. I mean, they can be guided by international frameworks, but the idea would be to not to hold people to something that was done in 1970. We do need to revisit value assessments, and these should be part of our risk management, periodic review of values, and how communities are, what communities see as important should be put into those value assessments. That's why I offered that tool that ICROM has developed. It's called Insight. It's a vulnerability and capacity assessment, but it also allows local governments to understand which heritage people think is important. So we have also developed some tools, but we need to speed up this work, and we need to make more people-based vulnerability capacity assessment studies, more sociological studies, humanize the heritage discourse, in order to confront the challenges of climate change.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much, Aparna. Having listened to your thoughts, I think the discussion that we have been undertaking over the past 1.5 days today, I think we were able to recognize that our discussion was correct. And therefore, based on that understanding, we would like to continue with our discussion here. We also think we think it is important to align the cultural heritage thoughts with disaster risk management. So in that note, let us go into the aspect of what we can do to heighten the resilience of disaster. But first, let us talk about what are the elements that might be weakening or lowering the sense of the level of resilience against disaster. And if there are such weaknesses, what can we do? That is the debate that I would like to have here. By identifying the elements that lower the level of resilience. Especially, I think the major part is the fact that we did assess the values of cultural heritage in the past, but perhaps that assessment might have been insufficient in coming up with disaster resilience activities. So we should deepen our understanding, first of all, on that topic. Especially as a case, I think we talk about building and architectural technologies regarding buildings. We could think of strengthening the buildings in terms of resilience. But there were cases when such a strengthening was not available or not possible, depending on the cultural heritage. And I guess there are things that like ancient trees, which could fall down easily in disasters, and yet people will not be able to cut down such trees because of their ancient beliefs and faith. So I think it is a difficult task to align the elements of cultural heritage with disaster risk management perspectives. So is it okay that we go into that discussion now, Aparna?
はい。ではこれから
Then let us begin that discussion. First of all, traditional techniques versus modern techniques, how we fuse them, and how would that make changes in how we deal with cultural properties. Mr. Ikawa has joined us on a timely basis to discuss this aspect. I think he deals with this aspect on a day-to-day business. So I'd like to ask Mr. Ikawa to start the discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me for this very interesting discussion. I used to be with ICROM, but now I'm with ACA as part of the administration. And Professor Shimotsuma, of course, is my senior in that aspect. But I would like to talk about technology related to disaster management, like fire extinguishing pumps and other technologies that we might be able to utilize as tools to protect the cultural heritage. And based on such technologies, we would be providing guidance in order to protect the buildings which are considered as a cultural heritage. As I listen to the debate here, of course, I tend to be indecisive myself. First of all, how do we enhance the value of the cultural heritage or properties? Authenticity is a word that I must say I do not fully understand, perhaps. But authenticity as seen from the international perspective might be different from authenticity as perceived from the local perspective. And 30 years ago, there was the Nara Convention, and after 30 years, we are here now. The international community versus the local community, and the value of the cultural properties as seen internationally may be different as seen in a local perspective. So I think in the local community, we need to discuss what are the values of cultural properties more deeply. But I hope to have your views regarding what steps we need to take. How do we encourage the community towards a certain direction that we hope to move towards? How do we mobilize people towards the direction that we hope to move towards? How can we involve the stakeholders more actively? I'm not an expert on that aspect because I'm with the administration. So I would like to solicit your views, if that is okay. Thank you very much. And as we engage in this discussion, I think we should not talk only on the high level conceptually, because after all, we might not have any concrete ideas in our heads. And therefore, based on the case report that we had regarding things that might be related could be introduced here. And this is something that I have felt personally. The Muranti typhoon, the old tree, the ancient tree that is worshipped by and in the case of China, the sacred tree that was mentioned, and how is that related to disaster management? Do you have any worries, concerns on a day-to-day basis of having to protect the sacred tree versus what you want to do in terms of disaster risk management?
Yes, in the during the Typhoon Muranti, it's a very specific event that's because of the short time that we can't deal with those the fallen heavy trees that are out to the outside to the island, because the lack of the basic equipment to lifting those trees. That's why that's the reason that we keep the trees there and find the way, inviting those local artists to have a recreation to those the trunk of the trees. So that's the trial for maybe the banyan trees. For thousands of the banyan trees was on the island. We cannot to preserve them all to like this way, but we have to balancing the protection of the trees and the historic buildings and all, as well as the livelihood by the peoples living there, because the banyan trees is always growing larger and larger, and it might be the memory of the local people, but at the same time, it can be the threat to their lives. I mean, if we see the pictures 100 years ago, there's a few trees on the island, but now it is almost I don't know the exact the number, but maybe 7% of you can see the island was covered by those trees, which is definitely a very huge threat to the island for right now. And that's why we assess this the trees as the vulnerability of the island facing with the disaster. And I believe there will be more threats, and we can always assessing the new threat vulnerabilities and weakness when we're doing the disaster risk management. And as for those the trees is I think it's there's also always some debate because the local community was more cherished with these trees because the trees may be planted in their courtyard with the memory of the family. And for the experts, we can see the trees is just threaten the historical buildings. How can we to respect the local community's memory and at the same time to ensure the safety of the historic buildings? That's but I only can say that we should assess all the cases case by case. But for us, it's also the way to have the connection with the community and the local government. So as for the trees that I mentioned in the previous presentation, I believe that's it may be only the example that how we deal with those trees as the artwork, but it's also I mean, the way that we found the opportunity to bridge the community and all the stakeholders to deal with all the threats on the island. Yeah, I'm not sure it's clear.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much for the comment. I'd like to pick up some other cases. Anyone who would like to speak about a specific case? どうぞ、アパルナさん。
Yes, I just wanted to a quick comment. Was a very interesting case. I wish I had the chance to listen to the paper. But one thing I would like to highlight here is that I think it is not either or. We are presenting resilience as something which is either or that heritage is always in opposition. Yes, it is a complex issue, and it is about competing needs and competing demands and balancing those needs. I think what I tried to highlight also was that we can use technologies such as GIS based geospatial data or satellite imagery to understand how a place has changed when the trees, how they were in the past and how the buildings have grown now, how the area has been populated now. And so obviously the threats or the risks will change because it's human created risk. We have added more buildings, we have densely populated areas. And in that we are talking about trees, safeguarding trees and safeguarding historic buildings. But we are not talking about the changes that have happened around since 100 years ago. Yeah. The city or the landscape has changed a lot. So the risk management of that area cannot be thought in isolation for the tree or isolation for the historic building. It has to be thought out for the whole neighborhood. And in that, the citizen involvement is important to understand what values are being placed on which building. So it's not like if we will focus on this is the kind of mentality we need to move away from. We cannot think about single assets in isolation. We have to think about heritage assets in context of the urban context or the rural context where they are placed, and then think about their disaster risk management. So that means involving local agencies, local governments, as well as the community in that neighborhood to think together that this can happen. But that can only happen if we have tools to visualize risk. And that's why we need the technology tools. Today, we have the possibility to have geospatial data and use it to show to citizens how their place has changed over time, how the risks have changed, because risk communication is an important thing. So I'm not talking about something super, I'm talking about a very practical measure that is using geospatial data. So if you are a heritage site, invest in some geospatial data and try to work with your local government, local communities to understand risk at a neighborhood level, not at the level of your site only, not at the level of your museum only. That's it.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, yes, we need a very wider area perspective, heritage and disaster risk reduction and community building. Those have been the keywords in the discussion. And using new technologies, visualization of the present state is very important. And Mr. Morimoto, in that regard, has given us a very important comment. For instance, to visualize something with the use of information technology. But before visualization, what is the raw data? How can we capture the correct data? That's a very important first step. In that regard, the trees in the neighborhood, to capture them correctly, and what is the thoughts and feelings of the residents toward those trees, and from the viewpoint of risk mitigation, what trees are dangerous? All of those points need to be looked at in a holistic manner, and the community residents need to get involved. And through such, based upon such an understanding, then we can rely upon the use of new technologies. I think that should be a kind of a sequence of activities. In that sense, first, making judgment or the use of technologies. Before that, maybe we lack certain essential data in certain heritage sites, and we need to find ways to gather such data first of all. I see a hand. Dr. An, please.
I'm from Malaysia. Heritage is about the life and the livelihood of people. It's not about which conventions or how much money they will earn. It should be understood as a life and livelihood. We have to start from that. UNESCO have a 5C, and I always suggest that we have to, whatever that we do, in particular the one that Aparna has been suggested, the data collection and the communication, we have to understand, one, who is the communities and how do we communicate with them. That's the first C. But UNESCO put it as the lowest bottom. But in our work on the site, that is the first one that we go. Then the second C is communication. Identify who's the stakeholders, then talk to them and listen to them. A lot of time we talk to them, we don't listen to them. And it is always judged of, how much property you have, what is your education. I think that is very wrong. It should be of like, are you impacted by this area, and how can we continue your life and livelihood? That it should be priority. And it's not about who's original and who's not, who's the newcomers. It's like who appreciate this place or this cultural heritage, and you will be accepted as the communities. Then the next C is capacity building, because after communities, we know who is there, we talk to them, then capacity building can come in, then conservation will come in, then credibility will definitely be there. I have suggested this last month at Nepal's conference in Italy. Start looking things on the other direction. That is the way to proceed, in particular in our work on this climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to have some comments in relation to that particular comment by Dr. An Min-chi. Who is the community? The newcomers may join the community, but within the community, there are changes in generations from the old generation to younger generations. In that sense, values differ among people within the community. And how should we build a relationship with them?
If I may, I really would like to second what Dr. Ang said, but because I would like to bring another example. We have been looking at migration in the small island development states, and we've been also a case study that we have on the net zero project is the Brazil, Ubatuba in Brazil, which is a nature reserve. It's a nature reserve and it's a tourist spot also. And there, the slaves from Africa, they're called Kilimbola, they were brought and they escaped the slavery and they decided to live in Ubatuba. It's an impossible place to live because it's on mountain ridges and there is only one road that connects Ubatuba from Sao Paulo to this place. And these people have learned over the years how to do farming here, but they were thrown out of the natural reserve, which was a listed site, and now they don't have land for farming. But the knowledge that they hold about, when that place gets flooded or when that place is cut off from the mainland, and also how people can, by exchanging seeds and how they have been growing food there or farming there and making the community self-reliant when it is cut off in storing food, and they have traditional methods that they have adapted to the place, are a clear testimony that it is not about who is the original inhabitant. Even a migrant who comes, but as Ang said, appreciates the place, understands it, lives with it intuitively, and learns from others, should be considered as community. Because this is the politics that's going on in Ubatuba now, because those Kilimbola who have been living there for many, many, many years, but we are facing this in parts of Europe where Africans, Arabs, people who have migrated since 50 years, they still are not considered the community. So this is another way, a barrier we put, and we distance people and capacity, because these people bring capacity for or resilience for the place. They are also a source of resilience. So we cannot segregate people on the basis of whether they are natives of that place, if they have been living there for a long time, if they have understood the situation, if they understand the place. As Ang said, they are associated and involved with the place, then they are the capacity, they are the community.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much for the intervention. Perhaps all of us here share that same understanding. But the problem is, it shouldn't be taught unilaterally. Rather, the people within the community needs to understand this themselves and need to speak about it in their own language. I think this is very important, and we need to discuss what can be done to let the people in the community verbalize who they are. Pastor Dr. An Min-chi, anything you would like to further add? Dr. An Min-chi, please.
Actually, I was very inspired by the 2003 conventions. When we who are frontliners of 1972 convention, and me as a living heritage city, we have no answer in the 1972 convention, so we look for answer in 2003 convention on ICH. It was defined over there, what we have been discussing of the word communities. Then yes, I agree that, the community and communities, either as a noun itself or as individuals, that we refer to that individuals or people. However, if we try to understand that a bit deeper, you will find out that in a group of people who are living in the same place, there are people who don't appreciate heritage. They just happen to live there. They don't give a damn about heritage. Are they the community? Or are they not? Or are they the approach that we should empower because you are staying there? And for resilience, we need every single people in the site or love the site who to come forward. So for me, it's better to be more inclusive than exclusive. So the terms community, or in other words, you can also use stakeholders. That is broaden up our approach on today's topic is like disaster resilience is on the particular heritage that we want to protect. So my suggestion is like we do not need to define it, but to identify, yes, we need to involve people, we need to listen to them. That is the suggestion from my end. Thank you.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. Talking about community and participation, I believe based on the cases, Dr. Sakurata does have a very deep feeling. You have the floor, Dr. Sakurata. Thank you very much. To begin with, when we talk about the communities, to myself, people get together to do some kind of activities. That's a group, and that's called the community. They share their living places, and that's one community I can think of. In that particular location or the area, if there is the cultural heritage, they continue to cherish and foster the value of such cultural heritages in the same location. And for the people who have been living long, of course, they do have their memories and recollection from the earlier generations, but the newcomers, they might not have such feelings. But by living in that location together, they will continue to share the same views, just like the case of Borobudur. We are the Muslims, they said, and they cherish and foster the importance and the value of Buddhist temples as the world heritage and national heritage. In that sense, there is their geographical attachment. But in the case of Nepal, there are so many people who make the inroads to overseas. They don't live in Nepal, but they do have the very strong attachment to their local cultural heritage, although they do not live there and they do not have the local habitats there. But through those feelings, we are promoting the movement to try to give the importance of the repair and reconstruction of those cultural properties because of the strong feelings of the people, although they do not live there. So there is the blood-related attachment or the geographical attachment to the land. Thank you very much. So we have been apart from the discussion of the disaster resilience, but let me continue our discussion. In the case of Borobudur, mention was made. Mr. Hariseti Yoban, do you have any comments to make?
Thank you very much, Professor. From starting 2022, and then this is the first years, the central government has the policy, which is called the quality tourism. It means that people who are visiting and climb up to the structure of Borobudur is maximum 1,200 visitors per day. It is different than before, from the years of 90 until 2018 before COVID-19. This is very effective solution and policy because people, communities surrounding the Borobudur are improving their resilience about the cultural, the tradition surrounding the Borobudur, so that the visitor not only come to the temple, but come to the surrounding area, the village surrounding area, which is still the traditional village until today. This is positive because, as Mrs. Aparna Tandon said, that there is a very dangerous of climate change effect in this area surrounding the site. This is good because the community starting to be understand what is the meaning of the heritage site, what is the meaning of the community, what is the meaning of the traditional village traditional activity that still happen today. This climate change is now in the Borobudur, we put on in the hazard on our disaster risk management plan, with this hydrogeometeorological hazard, which is climate change has been reported to be contributing to decaying process of the stone. This is effective by the the visitor not only in the temple but surrounding the temple. We are now starting to plant the traditional tree, which is we have the research in 2020 until 2021. They're starting to study the relief of Borobudur. The community is starting to study again and improving their knowledge about the site. There is 1,460 panel of narrative relief of Borobudur, which is taken from the Buddha manuscript from India. And the depiction of the natural surrounding the Borobudur are the information in the panel of the relief, are in depiction in the panel relief. They start, we are starting to make community involvement and told to the community, and because the environmental assets such as tree, such as cultural landscape, river, mountain, hill, and etc. is also the attribute of the Borobudur temple compound. That's why this is effective, because Mrs. Arpana, the fluctuation of the temperature and humidity are very high now. The temperature in the dry season reaching 40 degrees in the structure of Borobudur. This is very dangerous for the structure. That's why this quality tourism policy is spreading all of the visitors surrounding Borobudur to take a look, sightseeing, what is in correlation with Borobudur and the nature, by seeing not only seeing to the relief, but the relation between relief, which is contain the information of the past, of the environment surrounding Borobudur, and the practices. They're starting to plant a tree, for example, the guava, the Pseudium guazavati, the bayan tree, and etc. They're starting to plant the traditional plant surrounding Borobudur. Maybe this is we still improving our method to the villager or the community surrounding Borobudur, but it is start today. They starting to understand what is the meaning of Borobudur, what is the meaning of preserving the conservation area of Borobudur, which is also depicted in the Borobudur temple panel relief. Thank you, Professor.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. In relation to his comment, are there any comments you can give us as the input?
Aparna?
Yes, okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for that insight and the work that you're doing. It's an excellent move that you're working with the communities. Here I would like to highlight, because I have been to the Borobudur myself and had the chance to also understand at that point some aspects on disaster risk management. One thing that was startling for me, and it has been also in Myanmar, where I've had the chance to work immediately after the earthquake. In many of these places, when these World Heritage Sites were inscribed on World Heritage Site, register, the local community was thrown out of the site. In the sense, virtually people were asked to evacuate from these areas, and this has happened in Jordan, this has happened in Myanmar, this has happened everywhere. And when we are talking about resilience, and it's an excellent move that what you are talking about the plantation and the native species, and understanding that and seeing how that would change precipitation. Of course, you will need some, climatic monitoring to understand how plantation will help, perhaps maybe landslide risk or other risks, to mitigate, and to what extent your risk and exposure and all that. I'm sure you are considering that, and maybe you are bringing climate scientists into this discussion. But I think an important aspect is that people who knew the land and who knew how to live with the land have been thrown out of many of the World Heritage sites, have been, because the sites were made conservation area, reserve area. And this, I think, has to be reversed. This kind of decision making has to be reversed, because without people, there is no heritage. If there are no caretakers, governments cannot afford to, and we saw similar efforts in Cinque Terre, another World Heritage site, recently as part of our net zero project, that there is a lot of money that is being spent by governments to maintain these World Heritage sites and to have staff, which is scientific, trained, professional staff. But the staff is not enough because the sites are large and you need active monitoring. And in order to do that active monitoring, you do need to create or re-establish the balance between livelihoods of people, how they were working on these forested areas, or how they were, trying to earn a living out of it, and conservation of these natural and cultural sites. So I think this is very important point, something that happened which was very aggressive in 70s and early part of now this is not a practice in World Heritage anymore, but earlier many people, many communities were thrown out of World Heritage sites, and that's why these sites are more at a greater risk, because we have taken away the community that used to monitor these sites.
Listen to what has been said by Mr. Parnasan. Do you have any comments, Ms. Harisetia? Mr. Harisetia, do you have any comments?
Much, Ms. Aparna. Thank you very much, Professor, for the excellent information to us. There is in my office there is a climate weather station. Yeah, so we are monitoring every hour, every day, and then 24/7. And we have the data. We have analyzed the data. That's why we have the policy, the quality tourism. It's mean the visit is not only in Borobudur, but is in the nature, the condition of traditional community surrounding Borobudur. What Mrs. Aparna say that in the 70s, it is true, also true, because some of the village surrounding the Borobudur are moving out in the buffer zone of Borobudur. But then this is the old paradigm. This is the old how the government before in the 70s and 80s has the policy to preserve Borobudur. It is only preserving the Borobudur, the monument itself, without his traditional, without his nature. So now they're starting 2022, we are applying the quality tourism paradigm or quality tourism way of seeing what is cultural heritage for and what is nature is managed to preserve the Borobudur temple compound, which is not only the temple but the surrounding areas, conservation area, which is more than 8,000 acres surrounding the Borobudur in the radius of 5 kilos, and there is a 20 villages there involving in this new policy from the central government. Thank you very much.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. We only have 15 minutes for the rest of the discussion time allocated to us. In the afternoon, we have been concentrating on the discussions of the necessities of DRR and how best we would be able to implement and put the disaster mitigation and reduction into practice. With this in our mind, we need to broaden our vision, and we need to have the cross-cutting works so that we will be able to enhance the resiliency and the level of safety. Active monitoring is one way. In active monitoring, as was pointed out, disaster risk has to be minimized, but people tend to be complacent after taking the measures vis-a-vis the disaster reduction. So we need to continue to do the monitoring after something is accomplished. So there is the people who were forcibly kicked out of the village because of the preservation of the heritage. There was such histories. Even with this history, how the communities can continue to be involved with the bulb blue itself is very important as of today. So from now on, the strength and the power of bulb blue, I believe, is expected to be enhanced.
には
We have heard also that including such a process, we think the process is being very important, and the process creates a confidence on the part of the community or the region, I believe it was said. So in order to enhance the disaster resilience, let us listen to final comments from each participant here rather than trying to sum up the discussion. Ms. Amanda Walls, would you start to give your impression about attending this international symposium this time?
Gosh, I don't really know where to start. Sorry, I'm not prepared for summing up, but it's been very valuable discussion. A lot of the discussion has resonated with my experience in New Zealand, particularly the need to work with communities and to have them take charge and telling us what their heritage values are and about how they value them and how they want to see them developed. The discussion on authenticity resonated with me as well. That's been something that has been quite relevant for Christchurch repair and strengthening of buildings after the earthquakes, which you would have seen in my presentation. And that links community views as well, because we have a heritage expert view on how those repairs and strengthening should be done, but actually after the earthquakes, some of the very good community outcomes are not traditional conservation approaches that we would have supported before, such as the retention of a facade only of a theatre with the rest demolished, and then the interior was basically replicated. That's not something as a heritage professional strictly, and in terms of authenticity, we would have perhaps supported before, but after the earthquake changed everything and brought the intangible values, community values, and the continuing use for the community of that theatre was a huge step for recovery. So the community and community views and authenticity, I think, is all tied in together. And I guess the last thing I would comment on is, absolute agreement with the need to engage our diverse communities. That's what the heritage strategy did. We went to every effort to adapt how we communicated with our different communities, and we quite deliberately used the term communities rather than community. We had workshops, surveys, we shared drafts with them, we had outreach to make sure we heard from every part of the community, because it's their heritage at the end of the day. That's where I'll leave my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your remarks. And next, Dr. Sakiarata. Yes, thank you very much. Having participated in this international symposium this time, I have learned quite a lot, especially regarding how to raise or enhance the disaster resilience. Regarding the question, the point is where to think of when we think about disaster resilience. So where and who is important. So who, of course, relates to the community itself. So I think those two are important. I personally think that community I think disaster risk management differs according to different countries. So when some external expert comes all of a sudden from the outside and try to push their way through, that might not be the solution. So my view of the community is like a 2-year-old trying to start walking. Of course, if you try to carry that child, you can go very fast to where you want to go. But supporting that infant to learn how to walk is more important, so that the community feels more confident. That probably leads to greater resilience. I also have a child, but of course, I sometimes fear how the child behaves. But of course, the child can find out how to behave appropriately by learning. And therefore, I think the community is the same. They can learn what leads to greater resilience. But Aparna mentioned that the community may not be knowledgeable about what else they can do by themselves, and therefore helping them is important so that they can realize what they can do. When I conducted a workshop in Nepal at the 2015 earthquake, the same courtyard was used as an evacuation shelter. And so if another earthquake comes, I asked them, what would you do since you have experience of that earthquake in 2015? So they said, well, they used the courtyard for the festival, and they just used whatever that was handy. So a courtyard was a handy place to use as an evacuation shelter. And they divided the roles in the post-earthquake days, then so I asked them, would you do the same to divide your roles again after a similar earthquake that comes? And said no, because when you divide roles in advance, that person might become a disaster victim and may not be available, and therefore it is so I don't think that's thinking quite so seriously, perhaps to be negative there, but they are trying to be flexible so that they can meet whatever situation in a flexible manner, so that they don't want to predetermine everything and divide up roles in advance and systemize, because then if you fix everything up before the disaster, you might not be able to act effectively. So I think resilience means to, first of all, understand the particular community and the capability and the resources that the community has, and to do that also from normal times and not only emergency times. And to bring the element of disaster risk management as part of their daily lives from normal times. That is how communities could enhance disaster resilience, I think. Thank you very much.
At the objective of these few days discussion, and I want to go back that we need to talk about, the purpose we are here today is to talk about how do we reduce the damage and how do we improve rapid and effective rescue operations, including the day-to-day initiative is in our document. And as I have been trying to suggest, community, yes, important. We need to communicate, including listening to them. And in particular is the motivation for people to get involved is not necessary when you say heritage is more useful when we say it's your life, your livelihood, your properties. I think it can be acceptable faster and more effective. Then they will understand that, oh, this is about me. Then heritage is part of that, and it's easier for us to mobilize. And I would like to strongly suggest that, whoever we are, either we are policy makers, we are the policy executors or managers or academics, but please be empathy of the particular individuals that we are dealing with. And sometimes it's not that they don't understand or they do not want. I think sometimes it's just about the timing that we talk to them. Even they don't want to buy it when we try to sell like disaster resilience. It's okay to start selling it, and one day when it happens or when they feel they are ready, it can be buy-in. But I do totally agree that, like Apana teach me the word called cultural cannot wait. We really don't have time, and the practical solution must start as soon as possible. Thank you.
ではトウさんお願い。
Mr. To? I think the community is the main, takes up the main role in protecting cultural heritage and properties. And as we heard from the 6 reporters, apart from myself and Nepal, I think most other people have been born and raised within the cultural heritage context, so close to the cultural heritage, living together with the heritage and properties. So I think they are members of the community, in a sense. And so I think they are already players in that sense. Being born and raised in that community, becoming experts in heritage, I think is ideal. And so we had 4 such people as panelists. And Dr. Shaka and myself were outsiders, so to speak, in the sense of not being a member of the community. But speaking of myself as a person outside of the community, I always think about how to behave. And as a member of the administration, I need to think about how I communicate with the community. I was made to revisit that importance as I listened to the discussion here, especially the four members here sitting around the table who were born and raised in the community of the cultural heritage made me realize that I must rethink of how I engage with the community once again. And in the first year of the Disaster Memories Project, I recall one disaster survivor saying, being engaged in disaster drill. After disaster occurs, various researchers, of course, came to the disaster site, he said, but that was it, only once. No development afterwards. Of course, the researcher would bring back all sorts of information, making use of such data and information that they gathered in their research. But I am with a prefectural administration, and therefore, being closer to the community, I hope I can maintain my relationship with the community and not just engage with the disaster survivors only once. Continuity of a community, a relationship with the community is important in that sense. So those are the things that came to mind. I should make frequent visits and communicate with them frequently so that the community will be more willing to recall information about what happened, and we will be able to provide such past information to them so that they can think more seriously about what they can do to enhance disaster resilience, to be prepared for the next round of disasters that may hit them.
ありがとうございます。そうしましたら、
Thank you very much. Then Mr. Harisedio one, please.
Thank you very much, Professor. In this workshop, this is my precious experience here in Japan because I have a lot of information, I have a lot of knowledge. This case study from New Zealand, from Nepal, Malaysia, and Japan, and also China. It's been a very precious experience for me to study the case of preservation and the disaster risk management. And I think community is the most important thing. Also, we are put on in our disaster risk management plan. This is because community is surrounding the Borobudur is the most important entity to preserving the area surrounding Borobudur, and we have promoting the conservation and the conservation of the cultural landscape of Borobudur from the value of Borobudur itself, from the relief of Borobudur itself. That's why we are now has the new policy that can be the trigger for the community to preserving the cultural landscape of Borobudur, which is in radius 5 kilos from the temple, which is also in correlation with the issue of climate change. So the cultural landscape, which is considered to be the rice field, the river, the plant, the tree, and the surrounding traditional activity, is also in correlation with the value of Borobudur. That's why the policy is to spread all of the visitors, not only in Borobudur. To preserve the cultural landscape, this is also a very good tourist attraction, That's why the visitor now in Borobudur, they are not only to the temple, but nowadays they are visiting to see the traditional activity, to see the landscape, to see the rice field, how they plant rice field, and etc. Truly, the community is for us in the Borobudur Conservation Office is the most important entity in preserving our cultural heritage. Thank you.
お願いします。
Thank you very much. Please, Ms. Guo, Ihan.
Thank you, and thank you for all the organizers to have such an amazing symposium, especially after for us it's a 3 year that we cannot go abroad. That's really a nice chance to see so many the people was taking their own case studies with to share with us. So I actually was quite inspired by case studies, especially about the disaster memories, to review our own experience in China, because that's not the real part that we look into it. Even we have a very little exhibition after the Typhoon Marante in 2016, but that's it. And I think most of the people have forget the details of those even how the home community involved in this disaster. And I think that's the disaster memory was the way that to recall people's confidence of how they could do to conserve our heritage. And for us, I'm the heritage consultant working to helping the local government and the community to recognize their heritage. And I was always worried about that I'm not doing enough things to helping them, because as for the compounded crisis that might come, that what we can do is to identify as much as possible all the heritage attributes on the island. That's why we identified from the macro level. That's you see the whole island, the relationship with the modern cities, and even all the viewing corridors, and to the very micro level is how we try our best to talk with the local community and point out what the details of their the buildings, or the story of the buildings is everything that we try our best to do. But I don't think it's enough. It's always insufficient. So I think this when we talk about the community, it's more important to let the community know that the changes is acceptable in the heritage site, and we are always embracing the changes. I mean, like for a huge disaster, it might be a sudden change for the heritage site, but there's always the changes, the minor changes happen every day. So to let the community understanding the changes is acceptable, to is giving them the awareness and the confidence to cherish the cultural significance of the heritage. So that can help, also helping us to involve all the community to they are willing to join our work to do the daily conservation work. And I think the disaster memory part and also the documentation is very inspiring for our next work. Thank you.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. We have, please allow us to extend our time a bit. Mr. Kodani, please. Thank you very much. I have enjoyed listening to the discussion for 2 days. As Professor Sakya mentioned and as Ms. suggested, that we should not talk about one community but the communities. Of course, the primary community is those people who live in the heritage site. And Mr. Fuji To mentioned that he himself is an outsider. But the people, experts involved with a particular heritage site or NGOs and volunteers, they involved with communities in various ways. In Japanese, we don't have a plural word for a community, so we always say community in Japanese, but we make it clear that we mean communities. And one more thing I felt when I listened to Ms. Amauda Aparna Tandon is that to preserve cultural heritage help resilience and disaster risk reduction. And I agree with this thought. And as I listened to Ms. Aparna Tandon today, this is not just helping one disaster risk management. Rather, it is really an integral whole. Cultural heritage is an integral part of the whole disaster risk management. Then what can be done to make it really happen? And this is the next step we really have to think a lot about. And this is the area where we have to do a lot of thinking. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Morimoto. In the final round of remarks, I have to say that I am a non-expert among the participants on the table. I don't know what to say, but please allow me to share with me my observation, not really opinions. As Dr. Min Chi mentioned, conserving a cultural heritage and consider the disaster risk management for cultural heritage. People in the communities, they should take it not something of someone else's job. They have to really share it as a issue and matter they have an ownership of, and that relates to the conservation of cultural heritage, and also that enhances the resilience against disasters. I really believe in that way. And Mr. To, on the other hand, mentioned that how the outsiders engage with communities, and when the communities raise their awareness, they will come and seek advice from experts from outside, and I believe that will make us move one step forward. Thank you very much. Professor Dr. Kozuma, please. Under the great chairmanship of Captain, I would say, Ms. Professor Shimozuma, we have been able to have a fruitful discussion. Disaster risk reduction and preparedness are the theme of this third symposium, as pointed out by Professor Sakya. And local communities have been mentioned more often than other keywords. In local communities and culture and cultural heritage, they are inseparable from each other. What this means is as follows. In a social life, road and buildings, those so-called infrastructure, and cultural heritage and culture is indeed a part of such social infrastructure. Then, when we say that cultural heritage is part of the social infrastructure, then culture and cultural heritage in local communities, are they understood as such a part of the social infrastructure? I think people would understand that cultural heritage and culture are important subconsciously, but they are not really conscious of the importance of such culture and cultural heritage. And in order to make them really aware of the importance, social education, school education, I think, play a very important role. That's something I really felt about when I listened to the discussion. And Mr. Kotani, in his remarks, mentioned that for risk mitigation, if you take safety measures, people often become satisfied with it, and they might lower resilience because people get satisfied with the preparedness measures. I think this is a kind of a normalcy bias inherent in human beings' mindset. But in the scientific discussion concerning disaster risk reduction, preparedness is important. We have to consider and we have to assume what may take place at something unexpected. That is the essence of preparedness. So that's what Mr. Kodani mentioned, and what we need to think of as a real preparedness for anything that is not expected. Ms. Aparna Tandon mentioned the vulnerability and the climate change and the globalization. The changes of local communities are accelerated of those trends in the world. And when we see such changes in the local communities, to defend them, to protect them, what can we think of and what can we do? And this is an urgent matter we need to tackle with. So the main player are the residents in the local communities. And in many ways, various stakeholders getting involved with, and as has been discussed, it's not a matter of who is inside and who is outside. The people who are engaged in all those matters should be the central players.
Mr. Ika, please. Yes, thank you very much. I think I enjoyed the very lively discussion in the afternoon, how we are able to observe the perceptions and the views of the inhabitants in the communities. I thought that we will end up with more technical discussions, but I think we were able to delve into the essential parts because including the narratives or the dialogues. As was mentioned by Hirata-san, I believe there are a lot of inhabitants in the land, and there are a lot of people who have left the site. How are we going to observe those information? And the process of listening to those information from them and try to get the information as was presented by Ms. Ann, and also through the process of observing those information, I believe we would be able to mobilize the large number of people. On the other hand, to me, I am on the technical side. I am called IT guy by Aparna all the time. Therefore, when it comes to the technologies, I'm engaged in those areas. I hope I will be able to shed the lights on how we would be able to contribute to that end of the activities. And we need to visualize how we see this, and visualization is something we discussed in the discussion. And furthermore, through the visualization, framing how the communities are able to reframe themselves, we would be able to give such movements, and the technical activities can contribute to some extent. Thank you very much for giving me such an opportunity. Thank you. Aparna-san, would you like to make a comment? Aparna-san, you are muted.
Thank you for such a great conversation and a great gathering of experts and ideas. Really would like to thank ACCU NARA, its leadership for making this effort. I've really enjoyed the discussion a lot. I wish I could be there in person, but in essence of what has been said, I will try to also sum up some of the ideas that were coming to me as I was listening to the other colleagues and their views, and also some of the senior professionals here, experts. I think the essence of what we are trying to say here is very clear. First, in order to meet the changing nature of risks, disaster risk, and the vulnerabilities of people, because the vulnerabilities are also shifting, people are exposed in new ways to disasters. We need to understand the place where heritage is, and we need to understand how that place has become like this or has been exposed to these hazards, not only previous hazards, and what changes are happening in that place. And there we need to link science with people's knowledge. So the idea about memory of disaster is very important. Oral histories of disasters maybe is something that we need to invest in. We need to develop oral histories, and we need to understand how people have faced weather extremes in the past and what is changing and shifting now. And that change will be brought by science. Science can capture very well what changes are going on. And there, as I said, we need geospatial data, and we need to communicate. It's not only that we need geospatial data, we need to communicate the risk, and we need to show how to people and to heritage custodians, heritage institutions, how the place has changed over time and how the risk has shifted over time, and at what pace the risk will go on shifting. That means collecting larger socio-economic trends, understanding how governments have been treating. So it's not about only bringing knowledge from one field of disaster risk management, but also bringing knowledge from different fields together to safeguard cultural heritage. For example, if we are going to talk about flood, we do not only have to look at meteorological data, but we also have to understand inundation patterns or flooding patterns, and we have to also understand how much soil or land can take water, what has been the degradation of soil. And so we need to bring a soil expert also to understand in our heritage site how flooding is happening. But again, as I tried to say, from site, we need to expand our view to neighborhood. We need to start thinking about disaster risk management for neighborhoods and for people inside. We need to understand how they are perceiving risks. For that, we need to invest into more heritage-centric vulnerability and capacity assessment methods and tools. We have made a lot of progress within the heritage field to understand the nature of hazards, physical, geophysical hazards, and we have tried to understand how buildings would behave in earthquakes, or we have good science on that, we have good technologies for that. But what we have not really understood is the human behavior in those spaces and how that human behavior is today contributing to the risk. Also, how that human behavior, which was in the past, sustaining these places, can be brought back into present day life. I'm not saying that we go back and start living in huts, but some of the knowledge that is embedded in the work of communities that are relying on natural resources is very important to prioritize. So if we have to prioritize any type of heritage today, it is the heritage of the the place-specific knowledge, the practices, traditional practices for sustainable resource use management, the histories of coping or traditions of or social networks that are there for relief, response, emergency preparedness, early warning. using traditional knowledge for early warning systems. This is the kind of heritage which we are losing at a very fast pace because the people, the knowledge holders, are in their 70s and 80s and they're going to pass out. We need to step up and start recording along with disaster oral histories. We need to record this knowledge and cross-link it with science to build resilient and peaceful communities. And when we will start looking at this type of knowledge, we will also start seeing the inequalities that exist in our societies, the marginalization that exists in our societies. And that's when we will truly start recognizing communities. We are just saying the word that it is not community and it is communities, but we are not bringing to the table the people who are suffering the most the impact of disasters, the heritage that is suffering most the impact of disasters. We are not talking about that heritage. We are still talking about world heritage, monumental heritage, but we are not looking at how some of the heritage we have already lost, or the practices that we have already lost, or communities that are very poor, whose heritage has not been documented in the nationalized discourses of heritage. We have not thought about that, and that's what we need to think about if we are talking about resilience and resetting and reswitching, and again trying to think from the point of view of the place, why this place was sustainable, why it was 100 years ago people decided to come and live here, or 200 years ago people decided to come and live here. How were they living before industrialization and post-industrialization? What are the risks that we have accumulated? Only in such broader questions we will find our answers for a more resilient future. Thank you so much.
アパルナ、ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, Ms. Aparna Tandon. It's almost 4:30, so I would like to make the summation of the discussion. In the past 2 days, we have been discussing the disaster mitigation as well as the resilience building. Luckily, the participants in this group are all the site regional managers who are quite active in acting as the intermediary between the central government and local authorities and the communities. So those are the practical practitioners. So I would like to give you the summation of the discussion. From day to day, there have been suggestions and proposals by the central government, and there are a lot of warnings by way of policies by the central government, and we try to understand the situation we find ourselves in the communities. We are acting as a sort of the intermediary to solve those issues in the communities. We have been devoting ourselves to this effect. In such circumstances, there are a lot of high level of messages we are able to advocate as the wording to the international communities. Those have to be also communicated with the easier to be understood words. In such circumstances, I believe the difficulties you come across with is how best you will be able to communicate this message to the inhabitants and the people in the communities. And also, this is the common problem and the issue we face from day to day in such circumstances. There are some authoritarian government policies, and they try to push us with the directives one-sidedly, but we do have the experiences that we did not listen to those one-sided directives or the directions. In one way, we would be able to digest what we need to do and get the understanding of the community people, and to enhance the level of the communities, and try to give the thoughts of the financing areas, and we need to motivate the people. In that sense, we have been discussing the various discussion with the communities.
Under such circumstances, cultural heritage should not be looked at from just one perspective, but also from different perspective of different communities in an integrated manner. In terms of cultural property protection, I think that sort of a multifaceted view brings us much quicker to where we want to go, and therefore we hope to work in that way in the future. So perhaps you have worries, concerns, and difficulties you are facing because as we try to bring the policy to the field, different approaches need to be taken depending on the place and the region we are talking about. But having such international discussion like this and exchange of views, I believe this kind of an opportunity gives us some food for thought to think about our own activities, learning from others. Here, we, of course, do not draw any particular conclusions, but by having had this sort of an exchange of view, the fact that we were able to deepen our dialogue was a fruit in itself. So we had Aparna join us from the afternoon session, so I think we were able to have a expanded discussion with her input as well. Thank you very much indeed. And also, for the past 3 years, including this year, the ACCU NARA has provided us with great support, for which we are very appreciative. And I'd like to thank the Cultural Heritage Disaster Risk Management Center Japan as well for their kind support. And with that note, I would actually express my deep appreciation for the fact that we had these 2 days for a very fruitful discussion. Thank you very much indeed for your participation. Thank you very much for the discussion. I thank the moderator, Professor Shimosuma, and the panelists. Regarding the closing address, may I ask Aparna once again to give a closing address?
I was not expecting that, but anyhow, thank you so much. Thank you, Professor. I would just like to, in conclusion, I would just like to once again highlight that I think I tried to say all that it was in my concluding comments, but anyhow, I would just like to say that the disaster risk management for cultural heritage as a field has evolved, and in that the idea that we can save cultural heritage in isolation of something that is a wider phenomena and is a social disruption is something that we have to really, in a way, rethink and reapproach. And from a very site-specific plan, we have to work with local governments, disaster risk management agencies, civil protection, to as well as the communities, which are very important, the neighborhood approach to disaster risk management, and think about how the disaster risk has changed over time, how the neighborhood has changed over time, and what knowledge and capacities are existing because we talk a lot about the problems, but we do not fully recognize the local capacities that exist within a community for managing the risk of disasters, starting from prevention, early warning, preparedness. So we had a wonderful case study as part of, again, our Net Zero Heritage for Climate Action project, where we were in the field, unfortunately, that in Sudan, a war broke out during this project, and we were studying the Taya system, which is a traditional system that came into being in the 1940s in Sudan in response to the colonial occupation of Sudan. And this is, I'm talking about a system in Tuti Island, which is next to Khartoum, a small island where people have developed understanding of how river Nile will flood. And they have developed an early warning system. They have also developed a flood relief system. And they have these towers or lookout watches where they try to understand when the flood is coming. So every season when there is a flood in the Nile, this community and this system is in place. And our aim was to study this system and understand if, with the help of latest technology, modern technology, we can upscale this system and make it a countrywide system for Sudan. Unfortunately, the war broke out during that time, and the project shifted from being like a system for the country to an intergenerational transfer. And it's then when we realized that many of the younger generation do not have knowledge about the places they live in. In the education system, we cover the syllabi, cover normally knowledge of the geography, the world's geography, or national, geographical knowledge, but they do not cover place-specific knowledge. And that's something that we have to, within the heritage sector, also think. If we are thinking about resilience, disaster resilience in a broader way, then that place-specific knowledge of understanding cyclic hazards that are prevalent in a place, as well as how the new hazards are coming in, this kind of knowledge has to be imparted in a systematic way, and we have to foster intergenerational exchange. And youth can play a role in this, but we need to understand in which ways to engage the youth. And I think that's something that Dr. Anne highlighted in her paper, in her presentation. We have also been we also need to really invest a little bit more on forecasting. One of the very big problems that we have seen all around is that mainly cultural heritage sites they do not have early warning systems. There is a good example in, especially with the Mount Merapi and the Borobudur site, but not every site is that fortunate. And this is something that we have really understood very well all around the world by holding trainings and field projects, that this is a very big gap. And again, traditional knowledge can play a very big role in developing early warning systems that are connecting heritage sites as well as communities and neighborhoods. For example, in Egypt, we have been working with a community at the edge of, living at the edge of Nile Delta, where Nile empties into the Mediterranean Sea. It's called Rosetta, and or Al Rashid. The place is called Al Rashid or Rosetta, and there our teams are working to develop early warning system using Coptic symbols because the community of the fishing community or the farmers, they're mostly illiterate, and also for the sites there, heritage sites, the early warning system is there, but it's not being used actively. So there are now government schemes available, and UNDRR has also stepped up this whole, because early warning means early action. So one practical measure which I would like to emphasize is that I think through this symposium, we must send out a message that we need early warning systems specifically for heritage places also, and also for the neighborhoods, and this is something that we should really invest in. The other aspect is that we should build capacities for recording disaster losses, damage, and losses. And this is another problem that we have. If today we look at data on past disaster losses, starting from Nepal to many of the cases that have been discussed here, we have inconsistent data. Some of the heritage is not even represented. We only managed to get some data on World Heritage sites, and there is this, there are multiple actors in this space. UNOSAT has been systematically providing satellite data. UNESCO has been running damage and risk assessments. ECROM has been running damage and risk assessment, and national governments have been running national damage and risk assessments post-event. But nowhere we have very consistent data on what we have lost or what has been damaged in the past disasters. This hampers our ability to predict future damage and losses. It also leads to ad hoc responses. And this is something that we need to, again, move away from. Last but not the least, I would like to say participation and interagency cooperation is something that we cannot think about if we have to work in this field. And it's not something that we can do away with. It's a necessity. If we do not talk to the local disaster risk management authority, if we do not talk to the local civil protection, then we are just not making an effective disaster risk management plan. We also need indicators for understanding if our risk management is working. So that's something that ECROM is now going to develop systematically, and we hope that everyone else, maybe we can make a partnership with ACCU NARA and others who are gathered here, to find simple measures in understanding if the risk management that we are implementing for heritage is working, it's good, and is it leading us to a resilient future? Because unless we build that kind of accountability in the system, we will just go on consuming resources and not answering to our donor base what we are doing. The other aspect is finances and insurance and support for or risk transfer and financing mechanisms for cultural heritage safeguard. Also capacity building for communities and taking into their knowledge and factoring that in disaster risk management plans, because that remains a gap. We do say we acknowledge communities, but if we just examine the existing DRM plans of any site, let's see how much role we have allocated to communities, how much power those plans and are providing to the communities. Because if you look at the plan for Myanmar Bagan site, some that are, I was in preparation for this symposium, I was looking at DRM plans of many of the sites, and really there is a lack where the role of communities is ill-defined, local communities is ill-defined. They're not even properly identified in many of these disaster risk management plans. And something that what Dr. Ang said, which I would like to highlight here, is that we have made heritage safeguard processes expert-centric, and sometimes, only with a PhD, you can speak with authority for conservation of heritage. We do need to bring in the skills of artisans, craftspeople, who have the knowledge again of how heritage was fashioned in first place, or who have had this intergenerational transfer of knowledge, and those people should be consulted, and while designing physical mitigation measures for buildings, for collections, for many other things, people who have helped fabricate the heritage should be consulted, and they should be brought into the disaster risk mitigation dialogue. It's not that we should just leave them as a separate community of creators. So we should bring the creators of heritage in the safeguard discourse of heritage. And that's it. I think I have highlighted enough. If there are other thoughts, maybe we can have one more round of conversation. So thank you for your attention.
Ms. Aparna, thank you very much. We will be providing we would be utilizing the ACCU Nara YouTube site, which will show the recording of the 2-day international symposium for a limited time period. So if you are interested, please take a look as well. So with this, we would like to bring this international symposium to a close. On behalf of the organizer, I thank everyone who attended the international symposium. Thank you very much.